All right, all right, all right. I do think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you, or early Monday morning to some of you on the other side of the planet. So good to have you here and us all be together. So I'm excited to see what messages come through from Spirit. Can't believe it's Sunday already. Whoops, ding ding. And it flies by, don't it? It sure does. But so glad to have you here and happy Capricorn new moon. We got that going on. That happened what about maybe 4 hours ago was when we entered. We got about 4 hours left. I'll share a video that I put out earlier today about the new moon, making the most of the new moon energy. I'm going to start doing that, and for full moons too. um, is what I decided. Well, kind of Spirit and I co-created. Talk about it. Yeah, there we go. So I'll talk more about that in a sec. But before we get into everything, let's come into some beautiful energy. We're going to start off taking a big deep breath to come back into the moment, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl here in a moment as well. And then we'll get into readings. So, if you want to join me in coming into the moment, we'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then a slow release, letting the future fall away, the past fall away, the chaos of the outside world fall away, coming back to right here, right now, where we can experience that eternal, unconditional love energy and peace and gratitude. So, if you want to join me, let's do it. So, big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. Now, I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and each time you can just imagine this vibration pulsating through, starting in your soul and radiating out, or a big waterfall, however you wanna imagine it. This beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy filling us up, going through our mental body and all our thoughts, our emotional body, our hearts, all our emotions, through our physical body with all of our cells and our organs and blood and everything to do with our physical body, into our energetic body, to our chakra system, our meridian system, our aura system, just letting it all fill up with that love and then flowing out to that outside world out there. Let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. And of course, something we can do as we're focusing on this energy to help raise our own vibration is gratitude. What's one little thing that we're grateful for? Just sincerely be thankful to the creator, and that it begins our energy zipping up there. And it also makes us a magnet to receive more of what we're grateful for and opens us up for messages from spirit. So it's a win win, win win, win 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 all the way around, right? All right. I'm not sure how loud this will be. I'll try not to hit it too close to the microphone at first so I don't deafen you guys. And remember gratitude. Here we go. I will hit it 3 times total. Beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sorry, I forgot to turn off my volume. And my mom started messaging me, and I'm like, oops, let me turn that off. So sorry if that interrupted your experience at all, if you even heard it. But I love it. I love it. I love it. This beautiful energy. Thank you for joining me in um, adding your energy to that singing bowl. It just centers me, right? Takes me somewhere else, and then it takes me a moment to come back to. So, welcome everybody. Good to see everyone. Thanks for all the thumbs up already. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the giant love tsunami, helping spread that love to the world. So, thank you. I'm so grateful for that. Um, and if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome to you too. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Two things I always say that are so important to have an easier path as a human on this adventure that we're on. So there's always room for more Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. Hope you feel at home here, and we try to create a nice, safe space of high vibration and love and laughter. So come on in and hang out for a while. If you wanna know how the whole process works, everything's down in the description box on how the readings work. Free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 card readings most of the time, and, that's how that works. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I prioritize those, and so I step out of the free readings and pull more cards. We get into more spilling the tea with Bretta Z. So we pull more tarot, and then you also get a fortune cookie. We're gonna have a different ones than we've been using, so we're introducing a new deck tonight, and so I'll show you those when we start. But you get that little fortune cookie to round out your reading. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square as well. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. I know everyone's finances and cost of living are all different. And so, whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can right now. And I honor that. So, that's what we do. And then I know not everyone is also able to um, you know, make a donation all the time. So I try to get to as many free readings as I can. 2.5 hours in, if I haven't touched readings yet, I will step out of donations, complete at least 30 minutes of free readings, and then I'll always go back and finish out all donations. And then after all that's done, if I still have energy and and there's time and everything, then I do complete as many as I can. For a while, I've been completing everything, like last night was it last night that I went over 5 hours, I think. I think it was last night I went over 5 hours. Yeah, because I was like, "That's weird, I didn't even have to go run to the restroom or anything." That was a miracle, it's spirit. TMI, I know, but so, that's how that works. Also, at the end of each live stream, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know it's exciting. That way you just find your name, click on it, takes you right to your reading. You don't have to search for it, especially in a 5 hour session going, where in the heck is my reading? Yeah, you can just go find it and you can go right to it. So I love that. Um, yeah, I think that's a lot of this stuff here. Um, I did have the giveaway today. Every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway for a 30-minute person recorded reading, or a energetic hedge, if that's what you prefer as well. I make that an option. And so I did that and I made the announcement. It was May Hooper. So May, if you're watching, I didn't see you in here yet, I don't think. So congratulations, May. You know what? I just realized I didn't put the right description in the announcement video with all how what the winner does. So, May, if you're watching this, just reach out to me via email and tell me which one you want, and, we'll get you squared away. I gotta make a note. It's gonna be on my mind. Let me see, do I have a sticky note? That's what happens, you know, you just get all excited about stuff. Let me just make a note here. Correct description of giveaway video. Thank you, Spirit. They're like, "Hey, ps, ps, by the way," all right, that's my message from Spirit for this session. "Hey, happy new moon." So that is the winner, and then, um, I will, record the full moon drawing video. I'll probably put that out tomorrow. 'Cause I put out so much stuff today, I was like, that's gonna be a little overkill. Let me do one tomorrow. That'll give someone to look that you guys look forward to." So I'll put out the full moon video for the drawing on February 1st. I believe that's a full moon in Leo, so I'm excited for that. I think it's usually this way, you know, the new moon is always the new moon in the sign of the season, right? Because the sun's here, the earth is here. A new moon is when the moon is with the sun in the same, you know, that's why we can't see the sun. I mean the moon, because the sun is shining this way. Um, so it's always in whatever sun season we're in, that's what the new moon is in, right? And but when the moon goes over here for a full moon, because the Earth is here, that's why it's all bright, it's opposite. So it's usually the sign opposite of the sun, sign. So, like Aquarius opposite is Leo. So there's this kind of play of the opposing signs, which maybe I'll talk about that in one of our maybe I'll talk about that in the full moon video. 'Cause it's fun. Oh, and so if you guys, I, put out a special video called "Making the Most of the New Moon Energy." Here is the link. I also posted it down in the description box, I believe. Who knows? I'm kinda absent-minded. Suddenly, I'm going, "Did I do that?" You know, I went out for a nice long walk, and it was very nice out here today. Uh, so can you tell I got a little sun, a little red here? But, uh, but that's fun information. But, so this Capricorn new moon, we talk about how to use the best, you know, the best use or to empower you get 10 new moon wishes and 10, um, intentions. And so I talk about what you can do to make them the most powerful that we can. And we're still within the 8 hours because that is one of the periods of time is the first 8 hours after a new moon is the really fertile where there's extra miracle grow in the soil, extra fertilizer, extra BS. No. You know, in there helping it grow. No, that's wrong. But it does help it magnify. So it's really, a fun thing, and then I get into the Capricorn energy around it, specifically, as well. So be sure to check that out because you still have time to do it, and that's the most fertile time, but for several days, you can use that, as well. So I like that. So I like it, I like it, I like it. Um, so I have that, and then also, if you haven't checked out my, podcast series, The Easier Path, of course, that is also linked down in the description box, and if you go to my main page at the top, that was the other thing, is I need to add the playlist. See? Thank you guys so much. This is Capricorn energy at its, purest right now. Um I'm a Capricorn rising, and so spreadsheets and notes, that's what helps me remember everything, and it's because I didn't write this stuff down, and I was flying by the seat of my pants today. That's why there's some stuff I need to do. But, I have my list, yay! Um, so enjoy the easier path, if you guys are interested, in that. Alright, so let's do some shout outs before I get too lost here, and, we'll get started. So we've got let me do some shout outs, make sure I have everyone on the list here. We got Toucho Love came in here. Hey, Toucho Love, good to see you. Let's get you on the free list here. Very good, And then we have here Marissa Smith. Hello, hello. So I owe you one from a couple days ago. So we will put you here just at the top here. You'll be up first since it's an IOU. We will do that. I've been holding it over here on the side as a Capricorn rising would do. So now I have it off my list. But I like that. So we'll dive into that. You'll be up first. We've got Olivier Vagara in the house. Olivier, hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. All right. Let's take a look here. There we go. Got your free reading. I'll put that on the list here too. And Deb in the house. Hey, Deb. An Aquarius who married a Leo. Yeah, maybe that's why you guys are balanced. Is that opposite attracts? Because one of the things, of course, with when the moon is in our opposite sign, we are we are it's like our characteristics of our sun are kind of they're not like eliminated. They're kind of muted a little bit. They're low key because we're being pulled into our opposite nature. Of course, then it whoosh, snaps back and surprises everyone, I'm sure. But so I love that. Maybe that's the secret. All right, let's see. Make sure we have everyone else here too. Happy new moon. All right. Okay, we've got Guide in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. We'll definitely see what Spirit has to say here for you. Get that on the free list here. Oh, I'm looking grounded tonight, probably because I went on like a was it almost a 4-mile walk. I'm getting up there and I felt good. So I like this, feeling healthy. Once you get started and get into a habit, then it just becomes your norm. It's when you stop, it's hard to get going again. So hallelujah, I'm glad I'm on the other end of that. All right, let's see. We got MM in the house. I got you on the free list here, and Faith and Love got you on the list here. Of course, we got JoJo. Hey, JoJo. I got your donation here, and you wanted a general for a free reading. Is that going to be your your question? If you're here, you might be sleeping. If not, I'll give you two generals, one for your donation and one for your free reading. We'll get you squared away. All right. And then, of course, we have Maria P in the house. So, Maria, I've got your donation. Wait, no, I don't have. Yeah, I do. I have your donation. I have it listed here. I have your donation and then your free reading listed as well. And then we've got Sudeshna Ghosh. Sudeshna, I got two for you. You're on the list here, so thank you for that. And we got Debbie O, Texas. Hey, Debbie O. Good to see you. My Tex Zen friend. And so we have Minu. I got you on the list. Let me make sure I grabbed everyone because you know. Yep, there it is. All right. And then we got Eagle in the house. We got Eagle up there. We've got Benita as well. And Toucho Love. We have you up here. Good to see you as well. And we have Ashish Bakaran as well. So I've got you guys on the list. Some of these were from earlier in this morning because now I am on Wednesday night through Sunday nights, not on Saturday mornings anymore. That's why I added on Wednesday night. And then my Sunday morning, I pushed into Sunday evening just for my health and balance. So thank you guys for your patience. All of you have been so understanding, and I really appreciate that. So I do post the pinned comment, romper room, oh, all the names, or the Mickey Mouse Club. Hi, I'm Annette. Annette Funicello. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah, so I'm on Wednesday through Sundays, and so I post see, I'm catching back up. Um, so in the morning, I do post the chat and the session, um, like 8 or 9 in the morning when I'm up doing all my admin and getting everything going, having my coffee, and so, you can put your questions throughout the day, you can make donations throughout the day, you can make donations via the other Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square too, and put your question out there. I check in and out throughout the day and I grab everything just in case, knock on wood, everything, hangs out there and stays out there, but just in case, I also capture it. So, that's a way that you can still stay in contact if this time is, 2 o'clock in the morning on the other side of the world, I get it. Some people need to sleep, and that's alright, but at least we can stay still connected, and you can, I do that pinned comment, so when you come back and watch the stream after you posted it, find your name, click on it, takes you right to your reading too. So, that's where we're at this time anyway. So, thank you guys. All right, so we have a few more here. We've got Kat Mia. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's get you on the list here. Just a couple more and we'll get started here. Thank you guys. And Ashul, we have you too. AG 1720. Let's get you on here. And let's see here. Let's just put both of those together. There we go. All right. And I think that is it. Romper Room, you're so funny, Deb. All right. I think that is it. It is it. Okay. So now I have everything minimized on my computer. I'm going to try to pop out the chat. If for some reason it starts to suddenly circle, I'll be back in a second. But I think that I figured out why I kept on getting booted off when I did the pop out chat. So here we go. Boozip. All right. Let's see here. We're gonna be send gratitude to spirit here. All right, and then let's do this for live chat. I think we're good, and everything looks set. Okay. All right, let's get started. I am going to be using the Light Sears Tarot. I've got 3 decks of this. So I got the 3 sisters. I like doing this just real quick. I know I'm like taking so much time here, but got the 3 sisters. I like doing like this. The 3 sisters of fate. uh, one of these was one I bought a long time ago, and then I had a friend gift one to me, and then my host also gifted me one at the end of last year, um, and I'm like, "All right, that's all right. I'll take a 3rd deck, and we'll put them all together in a giant one." I've separated it out and shuffled into 3 decks, and so sometimes you might get all 3 of the same card, in the deck. I had only 1 person so far over this weekend, which, got 3 of the same card, so it's definitely brings in a strong message when it happens that way. All right. So, cheers, everybody, and let's dive in. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. Yum, yum, yum. All right. Chocolate marshmallow coffee with caramel macchiato, 0 sugar, creamer. Yummy, yummy, right? It's like a s'more. An interesting s'more. All right. I am gonna get started here. All right. So, Marissa Smith, you are up. Here we are at 24 minutes in. I've just been blabbing away. So thank you guys for your patience, and let's dive in here. So, Marissa, you wanna know, what do you need to know about your current job? Let's take a look here, and thank you for your donation the other evening, and, um glad that we're able to get you squared away here. Let's see what we got here. I do want this one, and this is a great, time here with this new moon in Capricorn. Capricorn rules over the 10th house of work and career. What? No. So, be sure to check out that video, the Capricorn new moon, if you want to use your new moon wishes and your new moon intentions to really amplify your career and work area of your life. So powerful time coming in. I feel here, for work, there is going to be this recognition kind of energy, this victory type of feeling that comes in here with the Six of Wands. So I feel like you're going to be in the spotlight in a positive way. We want to make sure of that, and I like that. I really like this for you here. Let's see what else we got. You have the Page of Swords, so there is some clarity that comes in with job this week. Um, Page of Swords with clarity, it's a change of story, it's a change of awareness, but I feel like you're also getting kind of a, I don't know, like this interesting like information off an offer, a like a new job or maybe a new position, um, that's being offered or but it feels like there's something definitely new, and it's like, "Oh, wow." But it's not just a lateral because this Page of Swords feels like it's an again, this uplifting kind of energy that's coming in with here, as well. So, I really like this for you, but a lot of clarity, a lot of inspiration that comes in too. So if you have like if you like the company you're working for, make sure to check the job board or the career opportunities or blah 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 this week because I feel like with this new moon in Capricorn, there's this newness around job that's available. And if you're like, meh, I can take or leave this company, be on the lookout, just see what's out there. I feel like they're saying when we've looked before, there might have not, might have been sparse because a lot of people wait until the beginning of the year to post new things because they got new budgets. Oh, that's right, right? So yeah, check it, check it. Let's see what else we got here. You do have the Queen of Swords. Yeah, there is something more in alignment for you, something that feels more like because this card is like a compatibility card. It's the mind balanced with the heart, and because we can get caught up in the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be around, like jobs and expectations and things in life. But our heart is like, "Eh," because there's things that our mind wants to do to feel safe and it'll settle for something and stay in it for a long time, even though it's boring us to death and we don't want to do it, but it likes the safety, whereas our heart doesn't look for safety, it looks for joy and happiness, and it goes, "Look, I would love to go do that. No, no, we wouldn't make enough money, it wouldn't," the mind starts going, "No, wait, I'm scared," and it's usually what grabs the heart and pulls it back until it becomes such an ugly feeling of unjoy that the heart goes, "Come on, we're going." So I like this that there's a very compatible something that both your heart and mind are like, "Oh, we would love this." And I feel like that's some of what this clarity is coming in here for you. Because you got joy. Here's the heart going, "Joy, joy, let's find joy." And the Queen of Wands, which is putting a fire under the butte because she gets stuff done. She wants to, let's go, let's go, let's go. And I feel like the energy right now of this Capricorn season, but especially the Capricorn new moon, there's some other stuff going on too. Venus went into Aquarius, I think, yesterday. There's all these planets that are moving into Aquarius over the next week or so, and they all join in. Aquarius is the old ways don't work anymore. We want new ways. Let's rebel and head off into something new. So all this energy I feel like is bubbling up with you too here with this energy. You have the Eight of Swords. Yeah, so this is facing the fears, going, what of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets have made me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted? Maybe those feelings of safety going, well, because I know how it is. I experienced it myself when we're like, this job just isn't exciting anymore. Let me go look. And we go look and we're like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna hang out here for a while, a while longer. And then you're like, "Oh, I'm sick of this place." And they go, "Look," and you're like, "Nothing's inspiring. Nothing's enough." And I feel like this is gonna be different though. And stripping off some of those old thoughts and beliefs are gonna set you free here. Yeah, and again, the 2 of Cups. There's this emotional choice energy, of course, that, we could choose to be happy anywhere, but some places make it an easier choice than others, right? Some make it a harder choice to choose joy, and that's when we're like, "It's why put myself through that? I could ultimately choose to be happy anywhere, but why do I wanna make it a hard choice to do that?" So, I feel like there is this movement happening in job, either, like I said, some sort of opportunity where you work that's more exciting and inspires you, or you're like, let me look out here and there's stuff out here now that wasn't out there even a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And you'll find those. And you're going to be going, which one do I want to pick here? That one? I don't know. So instead of a lack of, choices, I feel like there's going to be uh, a multiple amount of choices of what you want to try to apply for and do all that. So I like it. In this video, the um, making the most of the new moon energy, I do talk about a Mel Robbins podcast that she put out. Um, well, she puts one out every week, but there is this little making like the best year, what we can do to make the best year, which is, she has a little process, and I talk about it in there. It was really inspirational to me. I um, did it like the week after Christmas or before Christmas, and I was just like, oh my gosh, it changed my motivation, and it really helps you organize it, reflect on what wasn't working, what is working, what you want to change, what you want to keep doing, and what you want to start. And it's really a nice tool if you're interested with that. Right. For the fortune cookie, we are going to use the Foretell Tarot, and not Tarot Oracle. I like the crows. There was another crow talking to me today. I love it when they talk to me. All right. I feel like what's going on with me today? Well, the moon is in Capricorn. Well, it's about to go into Aquarius, which is my sun sign. Woo! Capricorn is my rising sign. Maybe it's making me giddy. This moon energy. I don't know. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. Oh, that's funny. The foretell cookie. Wow, you got fruits of labor. Sounds like work, right? Card number 30. Like the sun ripening the crops, your efforts have matured into tangible success. That's that 6 of Wands. It is finally time to reap the rewards of all you've so patiently and purposefully cultivated. And that can be in getting recognized at work, and that would be that spotlight we talked about. But I also feel like the stuff that you've worked on improving and learning, et cetera, at work, that you now have these, it's on my resume. I have this experience, I have this knowledge. Now I'm more marketable. So I like it. Woo-hoo-hoo. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation, and hopefully it all resonated for you. All right. Many, many blessings. All right. We had some more individuals come in. Let me grab them, get them on the list here. We got Hot, Hot Sun. Hey, Hot, Hot Sun. Good to see you. And we've got June. Hey, June. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donations. Oh, I didn't tell everyone the list. I'll do that here in a sec, too. See, I'm a hot mess, Hot, Hot Sun today. I'm discombobulated and unorganized. I feel like I'm like forgetting to do the stuff I normally do, which is all right. All right, Hot Hot Sun. I do see your free reading here. Let me grab that. We'll get that on the list here. Boom, boom. So June, thank you for your donations. I get your questions here. We got Flo in the house. Hey, Flo, good to see you. Get you on the free list here. Boom, boom. All right. Oh, and Ashil, you saw the new moon video. Oh, good. You like it? Did you like it? Was it helpful? Yeah, let me know any feedback, everybody, too, on anything you'd like to see or would like to see more of or whatever. I'm all about being open-minded and seeing what you guys like to see. I just listen to Spirit, you know. Do they know what they're talking about? Probably, yeah. But I'm happy to also accommodate our human sides. Good to see you. All right. So I think that's everyone new that came in here. Da, 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 yeah, okay. Could tell I got up to Deb's romper room comment. So I'm like, all right, we'll continue. Okay, so up next we have Sudeshna times two, then Maria P, and then JoJo, and then June times two is where we're at on donations currently. So boom, boom, boom. Here we go. All right, so take another sip here. Cheers, everybody. Thanks again for all the thumbs up. It just really helps the channel. People see the channel. It helps the algorithm. It's the magic that helps the algorithm and puts the videos and live streams and stuff in front of more people. So thank you guys for that. Yummy, yummy, yummy. All right. So Sudeshna, you are up. So here's for number one. We'll circle back for number two in a moment. And let's go up here. We'll give you first one a love. Whoops, a love. And it lets me see it when I'm popped out. It lets me love and like it. When I'm not have the pop out chat, I can just only love it. It's like a relationship. I love you guys, but I also want to like you. When I wasn't able to like, it felt weird. All right. So Sudeshna, let's move on here. Oh yeah, we also see, look at I'm just all over the place. We've got this beautiful selenite heart. Selene is the goddess of the moon. So she's visiting us today as well. All right. So Sudeshna, for this one, you wanted to know what challenges can come in this upcoming time. If yes, in which aspect and what to expect, anything that you need to be aware of. All right, we'll take a look here. Any challenges coming your way that just can help you prepare. It's like the weather, right? Any storms I need to be ready for? Do I need an umbrella or do I need to stay out of the lightning? Let's take a look here. Any challenges coming up soon, all right? Let's see what we got here. What aspect? Well, okay. Try that again. What aspect? Itchy nose. What does that mean? I know itchy palm is money. What's itchy nose? It means allergies. Cat fur? I don't know. We don't have cats. Dog fur. And what to expect? Anything that you need to be aware of. All right, let's see what else we got here. I feel like there's not a whole lot to worry about here with the 9 of Wands, because this is sometimes is like a blockade, but I feel like this is more a forest field. You're being stopped. You're divinely guided and protected. And I feel like any big challenges, you're just being kind of kept like a forest field. Do you ever watch Fantastic Four? This is probably the older ones, but the Invisible Girl, she also can do, like, this shield. That's what saw around it, is this shield just appears to protect you from blasts and stuff. So right now, I feel like there's not a whole lot to be concerned about. Um, let's see what we have here. Yeah, I feel like it's just more about your emotions here, because 'cause you've got the Hermit card, which is alone with spirit, and here's, like, that little forest field. You're up in the air, away from danger, and you got this magic and forest field around you here. Let's see. See how beautiful that is? And along with that, you got these 3 cards are telling you about what challenges. It's more about the feeling the emotions deeply, because you got the 5 of cups, which is lower vibration emotion, queen of cups, energy, um, which she's rolls over the emotional suit. So she's got a lot of, sensing and feeling people's emotions too, but yeah, she even has that force field around her. So I feel like the challenge for you isn't going to be so much about what's happening out here. There's not going to be like, whoa, it's more in here that you're working through emotions, you're feeling things. And, but I don't feel like there's like not new things that are bringing it. I feel like it's old stuff that's bubbling up. That's the main kind of shenanigans that are happening for you there. Let's see what else they want you to know here. So that's the aspect, it's more emotional. So what to expect? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Um, so okay, well, I'm just gonna do it in order that they showed it to me. So you have the 7 of Cups, which here's all these emotional choices and, really looking at these. Um, so again, the emotions are coming up and the challenge is to feel your emotions instead of stuffing them. Because there's no wrong emotion. We're taught there's wrong emotions when we're young, right? Because you're taught, "Don't cry, don't be angry, be happy." Be a happy child, don't be a crying child, don't be a baby, don't, throw a tantrum or I'll give you something to cry about, you know? It's like, "Whoa." So, but, we're taught that, but, that's not the truth. That's people being afraid of what people will think if your child acts a certain way. It also is, this energy of, um, that we can allow ourselves to feel the feels and to um, express them now. We don't doesn't mean we have to, get angry and smack someone or break down crying in front of everyone, but we can still feel and then we can step away like the hermit and feel all the feelings we want. Cry and yell in a pillow and do whatever, but allow ourselves to feel and go back to our inner child and allow them to feel too. Because you have the Page of Swords, which is about looking at emotion differently than we've been taught, seeing it from a higher perspective, not from the human perspective. You have the High Priestess too, which is like the Queen of Cups, and she does step away to see things from a higher perspective, to, step back, connect, dive deep into the emotions though. So that's why, this energy here just feels very emotional. And you have the Nine of Swords, which are fears bubbling up. You might even be having some like scary dreams because there's fear. It's bringing our fears up to us, and we're like, I don't want to deal with this. But it does bring it in and it allows us to, see this, um, see this thought and belief as the lie that it is and help transform it, right? So that's what I feel like a lot of that is. And just be ready for a slow motion energy with the Knight of Pentacles, giving you this time and this opportunity to to deal with all this stuff. So it might feel like your outside world kind of goes, Psst, I feel flushed. I think it's because I got a lot of sun today. I'm like, my cheeks are red. All right. But I feel like that, and then what else do we got here? Yeah, the 5 of Pentacles. So, a lot of these emotions seem to be rooted in that a specific fear of lack, of I'm not enough, I'm not good enough, I'm not gonna have enough, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, um, so that energy, of abandonment and of lack seems to be at the root of what those emotions are. So I feel like that's the challenge, and that's like, oh, I'd rather deal with someone horrible at work than have to go do that. Right? Sometimes we're like, can't someone just like smack me or something? Does it have to be emotional work? Blah. but it is for us. It separates us from the identifying ourselves with those things, and it sets us free. So it is worth it in the long run, the long, long run, right? Well, it doesn't have to be that long. But let's see what your first fortune cookie is. Yeah, helps bring closure. I think this is going to be one of those decks where all the cards are like right between the eyes. Says you've outgrown what once was. No matter how much you try, you cannot return to what no longer aligns. Find the doors meant for the version of you that you are becoming. Yeah. Close these other doors and open up the new doors, right? So I like that. Nice change energy coming in. All right. So that's it for El Numero Uno. Thank you, June, for your additional donation. Let me add you on here one more time. Oops, that didn't work. Boy, all right. Okay. I'm going to start talking to myself. Bretta Zen. It's one of the things someone I saw on Instagram. To calm yourself in a situation, talk to yourself in the third person. Bretta Zen, it's going to be okay because it takes you into outside of the situation like you're talking to yourself. So it helps separate you from the being in it to stepping outside of it, and then you don't feel in danger, and it dismantles your mental woohoo that's going on. All right. Cheers, everybody. We'll dive in here. Another one. All right. So Sudeshna number 2 here. Thank you again for your dual donations. There we are. All right. And then, so this is for Sumita and Kushano. I probably didn't get that close. Today they visited your home. Oh, dun dun dun. Arranged marriage match. So how's the match? Let's take a look here. So tell us about the match. All right, that came out. Got those and that. And then will things move forward based on current energies? Boom, boom, boom. And will there be married? Will they get to the marriage ceremony? Let's find out. All right. So let's talk about here about the match or not here. Okay. Well, it's not perfect, which what relationship is, but because we have the 5 of Swords, where there's a little bit of conflict here, little communication conflict that feels like it's, happening. But we have the Wheel of Fortune, and maybe the conflict has to do around the money, if there's money arrangements that need to be made, and because it does feel that more than it does feel like, oh, it's this wonderful, thing unfolding. Feels like that's where some of the discussion happens around there. Yeah, and because there is these fears that are igniting with the feelings of not having enough, not being enough, lack energy that's here. So I feel like here, with the Ace of Swords, which is clarity, a lot of clarity coming in. Um, I feel like there's still more to be determined here, but overall, it almost feels like it's maybe for the other family, because I don't feel like this from your family, but I feel like for the other family, it's really about financial security. And that's like a big thing for them is we got to make sure, and I feel like that's the primary big dealio when it comes to this. And it's like, well, okay. And I feel bad for the son, because they're like, we don't care if you're happy or whatever. We just want to make sure that the family is secure. You're like, "Oh, all right, maybe that's normal." I don't know. I'm sure I've had arranged marriages in past lifetimes. Maybe that's why I'm like, maybe I was forced into an arranged marriage one of my lifetimes, and I'm like, "Run!" But I know that's part of the culture. Will things move forward? Let's see here. Based on current energy, well, we do have the death card. This death and rebirth energy. And, I feel like things get stalled a little bit here because of that 6 of Pentacles, the change of money of hands, and the Knight of Swords, which is seeking clarity, seeking other options. So I feel like there's this, because of these disagreements around the abundance part of it, that things kind of go on hold for a little bit. They kind of just like stop because I feel like they're looking at, they have like other options. They're meeting with other families too, going on here. And so, based right now, will there be marriage here? We have the hanged man here, which is a pause, a delay, and it's about seeing things from a higher perspective. And I feel here with that Queen of Swords, that's someone that's more compatible. It's compatible energy. And I don't feel like this one works out with this energy here because, um, and thankfully so, because I feel like there's someone much more fitting for Samita, that it's not just that, and it's not just abundance and hopefully you guys will get along. Here we go. I feel like I feel like your parents or Sumita's parents are more wanting to make sure that they have a well-rounded marriage that involves other things, and I feel like that's why they ask things that some of the other families are like, "What? Why are you asking about that?" Because it's important to them that it's also for their daughter, but a lot of the other ones are all, like, about, finance and this kind of arrangement where I feel like Samita's parents are thankfully more about, "We want our daughter to be happy and secure, not just secure." So I like that, and that makes sense. They waited to do these cards here under the surface, which is, we've got the 9 of Cups, which is emotional dream come true, the Ace of Cups, a full heart, um, and the Judgment card, which is being called somewhere else. And we got Temperance on the bottom, which, just trust the process, trust the journey. We don't This is like, it's meant to be a forever thing, with arranged marriages, right? So it's like we're gonna make sure we take the time to have the best match possible, and I like that for Smita. So let's take a look here and see what we have for the fortune cookie for her. Let's put all those back in, scooch these down, and let's see what else we got here. All right, nope. This is a big deck. I didn't realize how many cards. It feels like I think this one has 78 or something in it. All right. Well, so this is gonna be one of those decks. Boom. So we got the Lovers card here. It says, "Love is offered as a gift, but it is the choice to embrace it that gives it power. When you choose to open your heart to love, you unlock a deeper sense of meaning in even the smallest moments." So, this is what she deserves, which is not, I don't feel like this one here. Um, yeah, so I like it. I love these cards are just like matching up to the readings, and I like it when that happens. It's just like, wow. All right. So that is what we have for those two. Thank you again, Sudeshna, for your dual donations. Next, we've got Maria P, and then Jojo, and then June 3337 times three. All right. So, Maria P, we got your donation, and we will circle back around for your free reading eventually as well. Here you go. And what's up here? Let me jump into it here via Z PayPal. Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, right? Boom, boom, boom. His tattoo is a bunch of flowers in roots. He said that you're his little flower. Oh, what does he mean? Well, did you ask him? Well, what does it mean? So, what's his meaning and thoughts around it here? We'll see. Is he trying to mean something? What is he trying to say? Well, at least it wasn't a weed, it was a flower, right? So updates on the dark side, right? And then what's coming for next week? Love and work. All right, love and well, work feels like where a lot of it is. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings. Oh yeah. Well, we do have the Knight of Wands, like this fire energy, really. Of course, there's passion here that's happening here. But with the Knight of Wands, the Three of Wands, and even the Tower energy coming in here, there is a lot of this focus here, I feel, on taking action on leaving that situation. So I just feel like there is a big, especially this Capricorn energy of this moon is all about plans and long-term plans and organization. So this Capricorn new moon really gets into this newness of change and doing those things too. So I like that. Hey, darling. So this is good. This feels like they're really putting a lot of effort and have a lot of fire under their butt to take action. And anyway, that's kind of what they wanted to say there. So tattoo. What's the meaning? What are his thoughts? Is he trying to say something, right? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So, um, we've got the Empress card. This is the one that I feel is the most about the tattoo. It's specifically, she's all about birthing things, about harvest, about flowers. When he says that how did he say it? You're his little flower. It's the little blossom. Blossoming is a new birth. It's the fruit. It's meant to be endearing, not you're the flower for the season, but you die in the winter. It's nothing like that kind of energy that's there. So it feels very nurturing and budding and blossoming. So it's a positive thing. And you got the 4 of Cups and the 4 of Wands. He would be saying, like, other people are weeds, but you're this beautiful, flower. These are empty, but you bring this beauty. The 4 of Wands is you bring joy, because like let's say when you get flowers, when someone gives you flowers, and you're like, "Hey, when's the last time you gave me flowers?" But when you receive flowers, you love the smell and you love the beauty, you love it's beautiful to the eyes, it's beautiful to the nose. If you eat petals, maybe it's tastes good. It touches the senses, and it is meant in a nice way here. And with all of this, with the 5 of Wands too, it's a change of energy. It's like flowers. When you see a beautiful flower, it just changes the mood you're in. It changes what's going on with you, right? So feels very endearing. I would just ask him, so what do flowers mean to you? This is how you get to know each other from the heart, right? Is you not go, what do you mean by that? It's like, so I love this, you know, did you choose a specific flower? Does that have specific meaning to you? Or what do flowers mean to you? And just see what they say, right? So I like that. Um, Updates on the dark side. Yeah, he's still trying to seek security here with the 10 of Pentacles. But we got that Queen of Cups, which is the dragon, which feels like they're getting not. the dragon is getting emotional, um, around some financial stuff, and emotional crying, emotional, upset, and I don't know, is this I feel like because he's starting to talk about different things with finances, it's starting to freak her out, and that's how she maintains control before, is I'm gonna cry and act sad so that you won't talk about this stuff, or I'm gonna get angry if that's manipulation, right? First, I act sad. If that doesn't work, then I go ballistic and breathe fire. If that doesn't work, then I disappear and cold shoulder and that, and then if that doesn't work, I return back to crying, anger. I feel like anger is her main thing that she goes to quickly because of how she grew up. I feel like that's what the household she was in was people got angry a lot. Sadness wasn't, um, cared about. People were like, "Whatever, you're crying," or "I'll give you something to cry about." Whoa, you know? So, I feel like that's what's going on a little bit there, but he is working on, trying to get that security. What's coming next for you with love and work? For love, you got victory and movement, a lot of choice energy coming here with the Cancer moon energy. So that feels good. That feels positive, victory energy, movement energy. You're feeling like there's progress, but there is the power of choice that comes in too. Remember that it doesn't matter what's happening on the outside world. It's what you're choosing to feel. Things don't make you feel a certain way. Things happen and you choose to feel a certain way about them. So it's like when we take responsibility for our emotions, nothing can impact us in the outside world unless we let it. Also, it's about choosing your stories that you're applying to what's going on, choosing your energy, choosing your actions. So there's a bit of duality in all of this. It is, victory and movement, but it's also remember that you get to choose. But always. Work-wise, you've got 4 cards here, let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got the 5 of swords, conflict that resolves to reward. So I feel like you're conflicted, you're fearing, but I feel this next week, this is that recognition we've been talking about, whether it's promotion or recognition or raise or you're getting recognized somehow at work and your fears will be relieved. This little thing that you've been wondering, am I in trouble? Or did I do something wrong? But they're going to be like, here's your, raise or your promotion or this, we're going to have you move to this. And you're like, what? Yeah, and under the surface, we do like this. It's letting go of emotions that don't serve anymore because you do. Again, it's kind of duality. You have thoughts that are relieved, you have emotions you leave behind that don't serve you anymore because you have this harvest with the Empress energy. Got the Empress twice here. But for work, and it feels like abundance, it feels like growth and birth. So all positive things, it feels like. Nothing scary coming in there. Right. We'll get you your fortune cookie here in a sec as soon as I put these cards back in here. Come on. And this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and that one. All right. Let's see what we got here. What else? All right. This one. And you've got, yeah, it's all about empowerment. Dun, dun, dun. Which says, you were not meant to cower in the shadows of others. The time has come to step into your power, to own your choices. Power of choice we're talking about, right? And to actualize the potential that you know is within you. So there you go. I love how these cards, again, just match up so beautifully. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. We'll circle back around for your um, free reading in a moment. Well, and then we did have, I think you had another one come in here. Yes. So I did get your second donation that just came in. So we'll circle back around for that as well after we finish up with June's. So thank you for your additional donation. Let's see here. We had here. We got Justice Warrior. Hey, Timmy. See, I remember you now. um, the queue right now for donations, we've got Joe up next, and then June has 3, and then Maria P. And then that's it. So there's just like what 4, 5 people ahead of you right now for donations. Free readings are, let's see, was that about 10? There's about maybe 20 free readings out there right now. All right. So cheers, everybody. We'll dive back in here. Good to see everyone. All right. There it goes. All right. So, Jojo, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation. Oops. All right. There we go. And you're probably asleep right now. You asked for a general for the free reading. So what I'll do is I'll do a general for your donation, and if you pop back on before I end, we can do a free reading of your choices as well. So we'll do that. Yeah. For donations, it's 5 people ahead of you, but, right now, of course, if you wait, it could be more. Um, and then, like I said, free readings are a little we're, like, at around 20, so far, I think. Alright, so Jojo, let's see here. What do they want you to know right now? Alright, and what else? We've got this, we've got this. We've got this. And these, and this, and that. Alright. What do we have going on here? Let's get these all scooched. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the 9 of swords. Is there like a, are you having a nightmare right now while I'm live and you're sleeping? But this is, nightmare and insomnia. It's expectations and kind of a little bit exhausted over trying to live up to some people's expectations and feeling kind of anxious about what people feel and how is it going to impact you. Feels work related a little bit more so than other things. Maybe friend as well. But let's see what we have here. Because your first 2 cards, that was the bottom of the deck. The first 2 cards that actually for reading are the 9 of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune. So the 9 of Wands feels like a blockade, like you're being held back. And the Wheel of Fortune, is an energy of it's the Wheel of Fate, and it's feels almost like there's this um it's an opportunities are being created for you to go, do I trust the universe or don't I? And those are fun, because they are stretching for us, they're growing pains that make it difficult, you know. It scares the crap out of our little inner children who will like safety and consistency, and when things start to become unknown, they're like, "Oh, I don't like this very much," and that's kind of what's coming in here is almost like helping our inner children become comfortable with the unknown, and we do that by helping them remember that we are eternal beings, that we live forever. We're not temporary, so don't worry. What are you worried about? We won't end. This character has a death scene, but the actor that we are always continues on for eternity and forever, and we appear in other movies, other lifetimes, and you go along with me. You're part of me, so you don't end either, and I feel like when we talk to our inner children and let them know, "Don't worry, there's no end for us." just experience. So you're okay. You're okay. We're okay. There's safety in this moment because we are eternal. You know, I feel like there's something like that coming in here for you. Let's see what else. I've got the Justice card. So the balancing, seeing things from a different perspective. This is the Libra relationship energy. So that could be the friendship, relationships, and realizing, you know, all these characters that we interact with aren't real. They're just hand puppets. So if once we take off the sock of the hand puppet, it's like, well, here you are. And you're like, I wanted a relationship with that sock. You're like, okay. So seeing it differently helps, see it differently. And it brings in balance, right? Yeah, and we do have the 10 of cups. There seems to be some of this is around love and joy and realizing that, we have this idea of what life should be in order to be joyful, but we are made of joy. That's like we're made of unconditional love. Part of our essence is joy, and so we can have happiness in this lifetime. Sometimes, like I heard it once explained that our natural state is joy. Our mind and heart seek things to be happy, conditional happiness in the beginning until it realizes I don't need conditions. I can just revert back to my joy and be joyful for no reason at all. And happiness, is going to happen or it's not. And that's okay. Joy is so much more tastier anyway. So I feel like there's that kind of energy coming in. Remember who you really are. Remember you're eternal. You're made of unconditional love. You're made of joy. So no one can take that away from you. You have the Page of Wands. I do feel like you're moving to this heightened connection here with the spirit world. It's like an upgrade energetically because below the surface, yeah, you have the Queen of Cups and the Ace of Swords, which this is an energy of Queen of Cups is very empathic, very connected to spirit. And the Ace of Swords is about heightened thought, heightened perspective, clarity. And the Ace of Swords is like a gift that we're given that allows us to see through the lies of conditional world, seeing the unconditional in things too. So I like that. And then you have these cards here. Yeah. Oh, how funny. That we got heartbreak card here, the 3 of swords, which is the lie that hearts can be broken. Um, and it's interesting because I wanna, like, drop that and leave these because you've got the Queen of Pentacles, who's earth and water. You got the King of Wands, who's fire and air. You got all 4 elements here, and they're like, "You have everything you need within you already. You have all elements within you," like the Magician card that has all the aces on the table in front of him. You've got it all in front of you. There is no heartbreak. There's only experiencing fear uh, as humans. That's what feels like a heartbreak because it's when we go into that freaking out, like when we get startled or suddenly in fear. And so they're bringing in this clarity through all of this is like, what is there to fear? And not even fear itself, you know, it's like, I don't have to fear fear. There is nothing to fear. We come down here to experience fear. It's a giant amusement park full of fear rides. But after a while, like the first time you ride a roller coaster, oh my God, you almost like crap your pants, right? If it's the woo woo upside down one and the one that goes backwards, a loop to loop and you go upside down and, you know, but after you ride it 100 times, you're like, you're texting while it's going on, or you're watching a movie. Oh yeah, yeah. Or are we going again? Things become less scary the more we experience it and find out I'm fine. And so I like that. Underneath all this, you also had the Queen of Pentacles again. So you got the Queen of Pentacles twice, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. It's about, bringing it back to yourself. And it's a time of realizing that you are what your life is about. You don't see the world as it is. You see the world as you are. So it is all about us. We realize, "Oh my god, it is all about me. My life is all about me because it's my perspectives, my perceptions, my conditioning, my fears, my triggers, my eternal unconditional love, my personality, my astrology." We realize I can't do anything a whole lot with everything in the outside world, but this is where I can do the most good. That's where the energy is the most productive, is reviewing myself. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right, here it is. And you have bad weather. It's just weather. Clouds gather and the winds howl. A storm is inevitable in our life, right? This is not a time to fight the elements. We did the four elements, right? But to prepare or reschedule your plans. So I like this. It's uh, something on Instagram today was talking about, life, instead of trying to change. It was kung fu. Was it kung fu? No, judo. It was judo, because judo, it stands for, what does it stand for? Flow or something, but it's judo isn't attack, attack. It's when someone's attacking, you move and you let them go off balance, and, someone's attacking, you move out of the way instead of fighting, and this kinda is what it feels like comes in here is, you know, we sure, we might be a stone and centered and let stuff flow around us, or we move around things instead of feeling like I've got to, fight through this thing. And I feel like that's the kind of energy they're saying right now. It's all about flowing, like be water, flow around things. Don't try to flow through it, because some things are immovable. Just, maneuver around, and just like, that's fine. Someone's being a putz. Oh, okay. They're having a interesting day. I send you love and I go on my way, So I like that for you. Right. So that's what they have for that for you, Jojo. I will circle back around and give you a free reading for another general, unless you pop on and give me a specific question. So we'll do that too. So cheers. All right. So, Timmy, thank you so much for your donation. We'll add you on the list here. Yeah, and then you can come back around the mountain when you're ready, and look at it anytime. All right. So, let me shuffle these up, get back into it here. All right. So, June, hello, hello. Thank you for your multiple donations. Here's your timestamp for number one. Ooh, I don't think I didn't. So Sudesh and I didn't give you a love and a like on yours, and Jojo, I didn't hear. See, I'm falling, failing. I'm failing, and I'm okay with that. All right. So June, I am so glad to be here. Cheers to you as well. So you saw K and SS on Friday at the gathering. Oh, Golden Child wasn't. Dynamics between them were awkward and sometimes tense to watch. SS was mostly quiet, leaving the room a lot. Kay was chatty with everyone, but made several snippy comments to SS, reading on what was going on between them on Friday and this weekend. All right, we'll see what's going on here. Yeah, we're not quite to that date yet, right? I feel like we're getting close. Oh yeah, we're almost into February season here. February season, Aquarius season. That's when the proverbial happens, right? I think it's like, isn't it like the 19th or 20th? It's in the next day or so. All right, let's take a look here. So, what was going on between them on Friday? Let's look at that first. I know it's hard to believe it's almost February. Goodness gracious. Hey, Santa. All right. So, what was going on Friday and then on this weekend? Wow, alright. And none of those, alright. Reason I'm going, "Oh my gosh," because so we have Fridays, but the weekends went from 2 cards to 3 cards to 5 cards. Feels like things were escalating this weekend is why I'm like, "Wow, it went boom, boom, boom." We'll see what happens, and then, yeah, we end up with the 6 of wands underneath. Ta-da! It's like, in my mind, I kinda see, like, there's this tumbler, pa or do you ever see, like, Saturday Night Live, what is her name? Mary Ellen Gallagher? She played the little girl that would do and smell her hands. The little Catholic girl. I feel like she's like, "Superstar," and she came through it all. That's what it looks like here. Superstar. So interesting. You wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, we'll see here. So Friday, yeah, we have the Queen of Wands here. So I do feel like there was some action, some fiery energy. I just I'm saying that this light back here looked like it was turning into a volcano because of the way it was looking. Because it was, like, changing the light here. It was, like, turning red. I'm like, "Uh-oh." But, yeah, the fire and it was funny because she's, like, right there, like, she's creating the fire. It's interesting with the 6 of swords because this is about seeing things differently, um, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, and I feel like there was this volatileness with this Queen of Wands energy. Feels like this is SS, and they were like, "I'm just gonna step out, um, and clear my head, and then 'cause I don't wanna feel this, I don't wanna do this, I don't wanna react to this, I don't wanna be around this," kind of energy that's here, and I feel like that's why they were stepping out. Yeah. Moon energy, which we have new moon in Capricorn, so, this moon energy below the surface brings in a lot of, if you haven't watched I just put out a Making the Most of New Moon Energy for Capricorn, it talks a lot about the Capricorn energy, but it is about business and, interactions with male energy, um, that's there, or father, bosses, male energies, people in authority, but it can just be with the males, in our life, um and but it does bring in reflection on what hasn't worked and making long-term plans too. So I feel like, there is this Queen of Wands that SS just doesn't take the doesn't let the energy impact them like they used to. Now it's just irritating instead of taking it to heart. It's just it's opposite. It used to, like, make them angry and react, but then cry, and now it just makes them irritated. Um, but so there is this, planning and changing energy that's coming in here. Don't feel like there's anything it doesn't feel like there's anything specific, anything hugely different than before. The awkwardness is there, it's just more irritation, and then, um but I feel like the volcano feels like a fish out of water because they just feel like, "I don't know what's going on here. I'm saying stuff, but I'm not getting the reactions, and even when I'm talky chatty with other people, I'm not getting the responses I normally get." I feel like when I step into their energy, I almost feel like a monkey at a zoo, people looking at me through the bars. And they're just like, "Yeah, you're just in there, and we're here, let's take pictures of the monkey," you know? That's how they kind of feel like they're separate, People are just watching to see what's the monkey gonna do next. Doot, 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 doot. It's got its little hat on, you know? So interesting. Let's see what happened over the weekend. Yeah, there's seems to be here a lot about this, changing of money, changing of hands, thinking about a lot of this coin energy. Um, it doesn't bring in this codependency energy here. Just feels like there was a lot of conversation about money this weekend, about property and abundance and what are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with that? And I feel like that was a big kind of beginning point of a lot of stuff because that's what matters to SS is because in their mind, when we separate, I gotta make sure that there's a fine line of things. And so I feel like they've been doing that, right? A little bit stuff here and there, but I feel like there was a lot of conversation with that King of Swords around it this weekend that let's see what it brought up here. Yep, a lot of this stagnancy, emotional energy, not a lot of emotion that's happening between them here. And we got the 3 of Pentacles and the 9 of Pentacles, which is me being true to my authentic self, my financial independence energy coming in here, you know? Um, Also with the 3 of Pentacles about friends and family, because that's around collaboration and stuff. So it feels like it kind of went from talking about money and possessions and this to about, well, I'd like to keep some things separate. And they're like, what? It's like, uh-oh, this is what's, coming in. And there's this emotional stagnancy with this 4 of Cups. I feel like they're saying, you don't act loving toward me anymore. And they try to bring it back to, "You don't even touch me like you used to." And they're like, "Well, yeah." And they're like, but I feel like there is this, again, this, I'm, I'm being more truer to my authentic self, SS, right? And as I'm stepping up and voicing this independence, it's like the volcano feels like, "We're conjoined twins, why are you trying to separate us? I'll die." You know? That's the kind of feeling that they have and the kind of their little overreactiveness, that comes in well, it's not overreactive, it's the perfect reaction for the emotions that they feel on the inside? So, let's see what this because it skipped 4 cards, it went directly to 5. Let's see what happened to have it escalate so fast. Yeah, ooh. Talking about endings and beginnings, the death and rebirth energy, the Ace of Swords. I feel like there's some clarity around that. Let's see what this is here. Oh my gosh. The Nine of Cups, wanting to live my dream come true. Feels like this is that culmination of a lot of what's been going on here for a while. The King of Wands, wanting to make my choices, me determining what I want, making a plan and putting my energy to that, and the Justice card. A lot of clarity with the Justice card and the Ace of Swords. And the Justice card is Libra energy, which is the house of relationships too. So it does here, it feels like the mention of independence and I like to have my own stuff, that they just jumped immediately to the, "Oh, because you wanna leave me." They jumped over the little snide, snippety, blah, 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 just to right to the jugular in a way. And, "Oh, you just wanna leave me. You wanna go live your dream come true. You think that you need to go do whatever you wanna do, and there's 2 of us in this relationship, and, like, well, isn't that just a, uh, a mirror? You know, this is what you've done all along is making all the choices for yourself, and, assuming that everything is the way I want it to be, and now they're like, "I want some stuff to be my way, and I wanna go do this, and I wanna do that," and, um, but it feels like it's starting to it's starting to weasel its way out of it's like the stuff that the volcano is afraid to say because they are, like they said before, "You're just gonna leave me anyway. You're gonna wake up and one day and just leave me." And it's like that, kind of energy, um, and trying to make them the bad guy, Volcano make SS the bad guy, and all the manipulation that they're doing, that they're pulling out all the tricks because, they are not, it's just not they're not working. And they're like, "Well, did all the batteries die in all my little tricks?" Because they're just falling on they're not having the impact like they did before. It's like, the Borg hive mind. They've adapted. Your stuff doesn't work anymore. Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated if you're a Star Trek fan. Yeah. So I just feel like they don't see it. And that's what happens with narcissistic kind of tendencies when people are to that extremity. They don't see the double standard that they have. They're just like, "No, I'm the most important because the inner child didn't get anything that it wanted almost when it was younger, so it's still in fight or flight mode. It's like consistent, perpetual fight or flight mode. It doesn't think as an adult, it thinks as a child. There's moments of clarity when they're calm, um, in a weird in a weird way, and then they freak out again, and that's why they're consistently acting the way they are. Fight or flight mode is kind of what they live in. I'm surprised they haven't gotten sick. Oh, no. So maybe they're gonna be getting sick. They probably have ulcers and stomach problems, and there might be some other things, but we'll see here. I wonder who's gonna show up. We got a golden opportunity. There's a golden opportunity door. So that obviously I feel like, as a side note here, and that's a number 10, endings and beginnings. I bet you're upset that your the golden child was not there. But I love this. It says, "An opportunity presents itself to you, one that is rare, aligned, and perfectly timed. There is great potential here. Will you step forward and claim it?" Here's the golden door just waiting there. And they're like, but yeah, again, I feel like it was like, "I bet you're upset that so and so wasn't there." And they're just like, "Mhm, maybe." So, too funny. All right. So that's for number 1. Hopefully that gave you what you were looking for there. For number 2, we got 134, 44. Look at all these 4s. Let's put this out here. And for number 2, oh, the popcorn. I know. If I want popcorn. All right. So that was those. All right. So the reading on K and S, the end of January, beginning of February. Previously, Spirit mentioned SS would leave in January as a result of K's actions. Energy check on if and when SS is still going to leave. And since Golden Child wasn't there on Friday, what will be the final straw? All right, and then the third donation is to because the second question is a deeper dive. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So I will I will remove that. Okay, thank you. All right. We'll see here. So, what I feel like from spirit and, because I feel like what they were saying was because 'cause they're bringing back and I'm always totally shocked on how they bring back such specifics and readings when I do so many of them, and with things that change with them too, but it feels like the last time that they were telling me that it's in Aquarius season because it was something to do with an Aquarius event, maybe someone's birthday, I thought they said, but there's some sort of gathering in Aquarius season, which is January 19th. I think it's either tomorrow or Tuesday, I believe, or maybe even Wednesday. But I guess we can let me just because I'm gonna be wondering because I'm an Aquarius. I should know this. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, tomorrow. Sun enters Aquarius in the evening. 8:45 PM Eastern Time. Dun, dun, dun. No, I'm just kidding. It's not gonna happen exactly at that time. But I feel like that's what happens, right? At least we'll see what the current energies are saying here. In last season, it was gonna be something happening in the last kind of couple weeks of January, and then that makes the decision of and then that's when they're making the choice to leave, but then physically they don't leave until later, right? I feel is what was happening, if they're pushing the right memory to come back here. But let's see. We'll see what's happening now based with the energy changes, right? Yeah. It's not me, we know that for sure. They're just like, "Alright." It's almost like a psychiatrist, they take the folder, "Let me read through my notes of the last session. Okay, yeah, here we go." It's like they do that. Here's what happened last time. Um, yeah, because then in February, around Valentine's Day, give or take, before or after, is when they're out with Golden Child, and they're like, "Ah, I see you're already on a date with someone," and they're like, "Oh god." Security, security. All right. So let's take a look here. We'll dive in here. So end of January and beginning of February. Okay, let's take a look here at these last 2 weeks of January. Can't believe it's already January 18th. I'm gonna say this all year again, ain't I? Why is time happening so fast? It's part of the energies that are going on. Let's see what else we have here. And then the beginning of February. Tell us what's up. Got that. And I feel like this here too. And then this one here. Come on. There it is. It's like pulling teeth. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's 3, 2, 1. That's why it's the pulling the teeth. We'll see what this final one is. That'll be interesting. But there's a pattern 1, 3, 2, 1. And then they have me with this. Ouch. My heart. All right, let's take a look. So, last couple weeks of January, the first two cards are here. Yep, a lot of clarity comes in around deceit. Seven of Swords, of course, is lies, deceit, betrayal. Things come out here with the Page of Swords, too. And I feel like I know, June. What betrayal? What betrayal? I know, I know, I know. I could hear you. I could hear you all the way across the planet. Um, the betrayal, the betrayal that comes to light here is the the family, like SS's family how they've been plotting and planning and really desiring, and, they haven't been super secret about it, but there is this, it comes out and they're like it's like I knew they were, like, I'm Volcanic K, right? I go, "I know they were, like, didn't like me and everything, but really, they were, like, planning the death of the relationship." It's like, "You guys are, like, assassins trying to, why you betraying this?" And I feel like there is this, "Yeah, you guys all wanted this anyway," and I feel like it comes out that, "Yeah, none of us like you, and we didn't want you to work out." And I feel like there's something that happens here where this comes out in the next couple weeks, but I feel like it has to do again, there's gonna be something with the golden child present because look at all this gold behind here, and the Page of Swords is this clarity and this, the light shines bright on it here. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just saw. And the lovebirds. You've got the 2 birds flying here too, and it's like, "Oh." Yeah, right? And so I feel like there is this huge feeling of betrayal and things get, um, that come out here. I feel like there is something with the golden child too, like I feel like the Golden Child and SS have seen each other and talked and things, and it's stuff that Kay doesn't know about, the volcano, and I feel like it comes up, "Oh, yeah, you remember? Because, um, we were at that dinner and so and so," and Kay's like, "What?" It's like, "Oops, that was a secret that they didn't know about that they were there." So I feel like there is the kind of this that's the betrayal. It's like the family's keeping secrets. They're, you know, from Kay's standpoint, is you're seeing and talking to them behind my back and they're shielding you. So it's a conspiracy. You all are against me, you know. And I feel like that's some of that there, but I feel like that's some of the betrayal that comes out there. And I'm feeling here because there's some sort of betrayal on Volcanic K's part too, and they're not bringing clear. Maybe this these other 4 cards will tell me that because 'cause I'm like, "Where's this?" And they're like, "Continue." So let's see what we've got here. Alright. Well, I guess we had the Queen of Swords coming out here, which is a compatible person as well, and I feel like Kay has been chatting with someone, um, from their past, and it's someone how, like, the golden child was like, "Wow," for SS. I feel like what is this? I'm sorry. So, Volcanic Volcanic K has someone, but it's not a golden child, but it's like, what's bronze? They have a bronze child that it's someone that could put up with them, and maybe this is the person that they end up we talked about this before, they're saying someone that was in their hometown, someone that they dated before, someone that was only really one of the few people that could put up with him and almost have him wrapped around their finger, have K wrapped around their finger because they knew how to properly stroke the ego, make the narcissist jump through things right. Yeah. So I feel like there's been chatting there too, and, because we've got the Emperor, which is their own planning, their own plotting. We've got the 9 of the Hermit, which is when I'm left alone, I know it's coming, so I am doing my own stuff behind the scenes. Of course, they're not as organized about it. I feel like it's more, um, flippant. No, that's not the word I'm looking for, but it's more willy-nilly, just reactionary here and there, not like SS is a planner. It's like this is more of a I don't know, I kind of feel like Kay has like ADD in a way where they have trouble focusing on one thing and then they're off into another and off into another. So they'll get really into something and then into something and then into something and then but like what does it say whatever the phrase is, something of a lot but a master of none. What I'm sure you know what that is. But I feel like that's kinda what they do, and they're also doing that with this, where they'll go through spurts of when they're feeling alone and lonely and they feel like the end is coming, that they're like, "I gotta do something. Hey, what's going on? Do, 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 do," right? And then he disappears again, and then he comes back and, back and forth. So I don't feel like it's anything consistent, but I feel like it's been going on whenever they have, um and it's not when they have difficulty because that's, like, all the time, but when they have the big blow-ups and when they feel like this giant rift, that's when they reach out, and I feel that's kinda what SS does too a little bit, because I feel like they stay in contact with Golden Child. So I feel like they both kind of do this in a different way, though. Like, I feel like SS does it for comfort, and they know that because 'cause they're still, like, kind of a friend, kind of energy, where K does it out of spite and out of like, "Well, I'll show them," kind of energy. It's totally different reasons why, but I feel like they both do it, in their own fun ways. Alright, so, let's see what February holds here. Let's take a sip, though, we need a sip for this. Alright, so, we start off with the 10 of Cups. There is this joy joyful relationship energy here, um, which it makes sense with all that deceit and with all that stuff that comes out that, it's found out that they both have been doing this, and this isn't, of course, those 2. This is like the um, relationship energy. And it's really standing out because this is the 10 of cups. And normally it's a joyful energy, it's a big energy, it's a love energy, a joy energy, but this is coming through as an end of love, an end of relationship energy. Because we already know we don't like each other, but now it's like now the love is gone. The love is gone, you know? Let's see what happens here. And that's the I feel like there's this, the pattern is we end up pretending that, okay, well, this is the dream that we want to have happen, and I feel like that's how the pattern has gone. Like, we have this big blow up, and then it goes down, and then we end up falling back into this safe mindset that, well, this will work out. This will work out. It's going to work out. Something's going to happen. It's going to work out. No, it'll work out. And I feel like it's kind of goes back to this. We focus on the good things, and the good things have been coming smaller and smaller and smaller. That's why I feel like this time around, this is different. I feel like the 10 of cups is going, but the love isn't there. Before, at least if I didn't like you, but I love you, so I always fall back in onto the love, not the like, kind of energy. So let's see here. We've got 3, 2, 1 now. Yeah. So we have the Queen of Cups energy here. A lot of emotional energy, a lot of a lot of intuition, a lot of gut instinct. What is this about? We have the 8 of swords too, which is the mirror, but becoming aware a lot of the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore. Moving beyond the serving, really embracing my emotions, my gut instinct, and the wheels of fate. Again, the major arcana number 10, the wheels of fate turning in February. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, we've got then it goes to the world card, an ending of a significant ending card, and the 9 of wands. It's whatever's been holding me back, that fence is now gone, and the world card is that ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Let's see what else we've got here, and then the Hierophant. Yeah, this is definitely seeing things differently, and the Hierophant is the major arcana number 5, um, which is the card of a number of change and transformation, but seeing things differently, seeing things from a higher perspective definitely comes in here, and there's big change that happens from all this, but it's because things have changed, and, we're never going in circles, we're either going upward or downward in a spiral. So when we feel like things are coming back around, they're not just going in circles. It's like sometimes we were going up, and then other times it's just another stage of going down into the depths of all the levels of hell, whatever that, that thing is, all the layers of hell. But, yeah, this 3 of swords is really coming in here. So it ends up feeling like there's this, fearing heartbreak, fearing the disappointments, fearing the things. It becomes a point where the heart and this makes sense now with when there's no more love, there's no more heartbreak. Oh, wow, yeah, they're reminding me here, and I might have mentioned this before, but in my first relationship, I was with them for 3 years. They basically cheated on me, like, 6 months in to the relationship, and I still try to, because I was under the false belief that relationships are supposed to be forever, and so your first relationship is you're supposed to just do whatever you can, but I didn't trust him anymore, and it was hard. So, like, 2 years in, I kind of realized that, and then I was getting over the relationship because I knew it was ending, and then you're at the end of the 3rd year when we officially called it off, they began their withdrawal syndromes, and I was already over it. So I was like, "Alright, bye," and they're like, "How can you be so cold?" Well, 1, I'm an Aquarius. I can compartmentalize my emotions. But second is I already went through all this heartbreak the last, the first 2 years. The last year was just, you know, me healing and getting over it. And that's what kind of feel like is coming in here is this it's not even numb, it's just like I'm not in love anymore, and there isn't love there anymore. Like I said, even after the like left, the love is what kept it there, but that's even gone. So, let me see, I wanna pull the fortune cookie here because it feels like things are culminating. Wow. Yeah, this one is the one that came up here, and it's number 13, which says, "Warning, here's the dragon." Let me see if I could do it here. It's a little less glare. It says, "The road ahead is dark and foreboding, hinting of trials yet to come. This is your opportunity to reevaluate the situation and decide whether or not to proceed. So it does feel here like there is this energy of, because what causes this, right? But it feels like it's more they both kinda get busted out in a way, and that's what the realizing the love is gone, and we're both looking elsewhere and looking for our dreams, and we're doing all this, and, um, even though, it's really hard for K to find people that will put up with them. SS, no, right? They more have trouble finding someone that's healthy for them and, because of where they were at before, with their this need to be needed and that codependency and the overgiver, and they would draw in those individuals that would do that. Golden Child was one of the few, and that's why it didn't work out back then because they didn't need to be needed, you know? They were kind of healthier, and for someone that needs to be needed, that scares the crap out of us until we overcome that, and then we don't need that, right? I do feel like it comes to light. I feel like SS, like someone says something in the family, again, that's the first part, right? That was a secret. Like they weren't supposed to know that the golden child was there, and someone is just not thinking and, "Oh yeah, da 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 da," or they don't realize Kay came in the room behind him, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you remember? Because da 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 da," and all they hear is, "What? Oh, uh-oh." And, um, and I feel like how does because I feel like it kind of comes out that way, and then, um, I feel like there's just a moment of honesty. It feels weird that they're like, "Yeah, so I talk to them. I talk to them all the time," and they're like and I feel like it's not really let's say it's not a moment of honesty. Let's say it's just a moment of frustration and, "Okay, I know this is going to hurt the not hurt them, but, um, it's time. It's time just to I'm just tired of, walking on eggshells." "Yeah, so?" And but I feel like that triggers the volcano to go, "Well, I've been talking to so and so, so," because I feel like they go out of their mind and they're not thinking, they're just reacting, and before they can, "Oh, no, get those words back. Oh, no." So I feel like they say that thinking it's gonna hurt SS, and they realize this is gonna hurt me a lot more than that's gonna hurt them. And I feel like that's what comes out in this, you know, um, attempt to, not to better, but to say, "Well, you're not the only one that can chat with your exes and other people. I talk with so and so all the time." So and it's not true that it's all the time, it's just intermittent, but, they say it and then they're like, "Oh, really?" So that feels like it's like, "Whoa, oopsies." They don't know, and that's their reactionary energy that comes in. I feel like I'm gonna give you a second fortune cookie just because there was 2 donations and it was for a deep dive. I just feel like there was another card too in addition to those. Yeah, here it is. I feel like it was unfinished. Yeah, and it's a blessing in disguise. Here it comes. What does it say? What feels like loss or failure is actually a blessing in the grander scheme of things. Though the meaning of this moment may still be unclear, its purpose will ultimately be revealed with time. So, I feel like it's like, no, it was a blessing in disguise, you know? Obviously, you're still, looking somewhere. I'm not happy, you're not happy, we're not in love anymore. I feel like it just kind of it's like, here's the proof in the pudding kind of energy. So, interesting. Oh, wow. So, it still feels like that ending and beginning energy in February, um, but I do feel like it's still that last 2 weeks is when the the cat's out of the bag. Both the cats, they're like, "Oh, look, the cat's out of the bag. Oh, wait, there's another cat. There was 2. Oops. There's 2 cats. There were 2 cats in the bag." Again, that mirroring energy, but, it'd be interesting, based on the current energy here. So that's what they got for you, June. Thank you again for your multiple donations, and wow. Wow, 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 wow. And we'll see what unfolds here. Energy is always a switching and a changing, but there's some things that have been pretty consistently coming through, and it just feels like the end is nigh, especially with all this Aquarius energy of endings and beginnings of the old ways don't work anymore. We gotta move into something new. So, all right, my dear. Thank you again. Appreciate you and all this adventure. All right. So Maria P, thank you for your additional donation. Here is your second one here. And thank you for the donation via the PayPal. Let me get into the email here. Let's see what your questions are here. So, you were supposed to talk to your friend today. Are they okay? All right. All right. And then when you exchange your pictures and chats, either Wally, Thursday, the game, his thoughts. Okay. And then message from Wally to you. And then the work change is a high position for you, question mark. Okay. And then does Dr. Bob, is he happy with your work? And is David. All right, let's take a look here. So is Eleni, how are they? Are they okay? Yeah, looks like they're magician energy, their action, movement. The 7 of Wands, they're in a little protective bubble, just being true to their authentic self, putting themselves first, focusing in, just hanging with themselves. I feel like they're just kind of, they've been very busy lately, it feels like, with the magician, and they're kind of just in this bubble of just calmness. They're like, I just need to chill. I almost feel like they laid down to watch something and just dozed off because 'cause they're tired, but it feels like they're fine in that protective bubble. When you exchange pictures and chats with Wally in Thursday's game, what were his thoughts? You got the 10 of cups. We've got all this joy, this celebration, we've got all this going on there, and so he felt really happy about it, he was really glad about it, but it's funny because the 7 of swords is like the lying and deceit energy, and I feel like because he was with people, right? That they were like, "Why are you so happy?" And he was like he didn't want them to ruin his happy moments, and again, he's really protecting your guys' relationship till he officially, ends everything, and, um so he kinda just he felt kind of like he wants to share it with everyone, but he knows again, it always comes back, he knows them, and he's like, "They won't be kind to me or to you, because of their own pains and stuff," and so he just kind of he really liked it himself with you too, but he also felt like, I don't he's getting tired of hiding things as well, because he realizes the longer this goes on, they're gonna when he eventually does everything. Like, "Well, how long you guys been seeing each other?" And he's gonna be like, "A year and a half." And they're like, "What?" So he knows it's like, but, interesting, right? A message from Wally to you. Yeah, and then how funny that it's all about, I'm getting the courage up to take action, honest. It's like after that message, he wants to tell you, I'm getting up the courage to do everything. Honest, I am. I wanna take action, I wanna do this. I like it. So, and then the work change at the office, is it a high position for you? Yeah, you're gonna be a judge. No, you got the justice card in these here. Yeah, I feel like it will lead to a higher position because the justice card is they're really trying to clarify things and balance things out. It does have you move from old responsibilities to new responsibilities. Um, and eventually, yeah, eventually with the Knight of Pentacles, you do move into like King of Wands, which would be, of course, a higher position. Being a king, you know? So I feel like it's designed to lead there eventually, but I feel like in the beginning, they're like balancing and reorganizing things, and you're given more responsibilities into a different position, but I don't think you would consider it a high position, it's higher, but then eventually it can lead into a high position, but it's the steps to get it there, if that makes sense. Um, okay, Dr. Bob. Is Dr. Bob happy with your work? 10 of Cups. Joy, very happy about your work. The 9 of Wands. There is an energy here with the 9 of Wands, like that they're happy with your work, but they feel like you're holding yourself back a little bit. And I feel like we get that before with them. They're like they know you have a lot of potential and they're happy with what you're doing, but they know that you can do so much more, and I feel like that's why they kind of are behind a lot of this giving you more because they know you can do more, but I feel like they feel like you hold yourself back. It's like you don't feel like you can do things, and it's like you can. So, I like that. And then David, yep, what is this? We got the 7 of Cups. They've got mixed feelings. The High Priestess, though, is an energy of really gut instinct, um, and remember that everyone's perception of other people tells them a lot about themselves, right? Because this energy is a lot of emotional energy. They feel like you're intuitive, but I feel like they think you, um let me see how to say this without that you're a bit reactive. That still seems too harsh. But there's times, we'll say that because it's not like this overall, like, all the time, but at times you can be overreactive in their mind and emotional, and probably because they're a Vulcan with very little emotions, like from Star Trek, these that are all in their mind, and they're like, "You're a bit emotional." And what's funny is because when I worked at this corporation, I started off in customer service, which was mostly female, and so everyone's more emotionally based, which is a great place to have customer service because they can have empathy for the customer. I eventually ended up working in IT, our IT area and on the help desk, helping manage and supervise the help desk, and that was mostly men because they were mostly mental in more ways than one. Just kidding if any of you are watching. Oh, you know who you are, you know it's true. But, so they were less emotional, and that's the reason why they wanted me to be there even without any IT background. They wanted to bring in the customer service into the help desk instead of because they used to get a lot of complaints about how rude they are because they're not thinking how, they're making you feel. You go, "Hey, the printer's not working." "Well, is there paper in it?" And it was like we changed it to be, "Alright, I know this seems silly, we just have to ask, is there paper in it?" "Okay, great," and so it comes across different. Um, but this is the difference is when I was in customer service, they thought I wasn't as emotional as I could be. Again, Aquarius, uh, keeping the emotions in a container. But when I went to IT, they thought I was too sensitive. So it's like the 2 different worlds, you got to see it going, "Wow." And that's where I feel David is coming in, is they're more in IT mental emotion is they don't get it, and so they think that that's, at times you could be a bit emotional and overreactive from their perspective, right? Um, but that's just the way they are. I wouldn't put any stock in your, self-esteem around it. Stick with Dr. Bob. I like him. All right. And then your fortune cookie is separation, which says sometimes separation is necessary to create room for reflection, healing, and clarity. What is meant to be will find its way back stronger and more aligned. So I like that. I feel like this is letting you know that the times that you've been, especially I feel like this is more Wally. I don't feel like you're gonna be separated from work, right? But this is like, when you guys have these times of separation, it allows you time to reflect and you come back stronger, which is how it's always been, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. We'll circle back around for your free reading here in a bit. All right, Timmy, just warrior, justice warrior, not just, it's justice warrior. You're just a warrior. All right, Timmy, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me here. And you like a general for the year. All right, we're going to go to the middle stack here. Shuffle these up. See what Spirit wants you to know. So thanks for your patience in getting to your reading. All right, let's try that again. That was all right. Here we go. So tell us about your year here. I feel like we want to do January, February. I feel like we're going to do kind of a month to month energy here. January, February, March, April, May. I'm going to do these in sixes. That'll make it easier. Okay, and there's June. And then we've got, they do want, let's see, this is July, this is August, this is September, this is October, November, and December. Wow, all right. I don't see what any of them are yet. They're all face down, so we'll see here. Overall for the year, your overall energy seems to be the King of Cups, which is a great card. It's about emotional balance. They're balanced with the swords behind the scenes, all the kings are. So this is a beautiful balance between head and heart. It is an energy of feeling very compatible, feeling very balanced, feeling very both of the mental and the emotional world, but a good balance between them, not up, down, but just kind of this wonderful, if the emotions are up, the mind balances. If you're in your head, your emotions balance it out. So it just feels like that type of a year, just very, balanced with all those too. So I like that. um, all right, let's see here. What has January been for you? Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. It's been kind of this nurturing, Mother Nature, Mother nurturing kind of time coming in here. And I like this. I like this. Watching after yourself, and this is where the emotional energy comes in because all the queens have emotions behind, but it's this grounding energy with emotions behind the scenes. So January, it makes sense with Capricorn, Earth energy. We have that. We have a Capricorn new moon going on right now. So there is this wonderful energy here of being true to yourself and nurturing yourself and maybe even wanting to get out into nature is a good thing to balance things. But I feel like this is where it starts off this year of choosing for you. And I like that energy, not self-sacrificing, energy. It's really being true to your desires, your wants. What do I want for me? Not being a barrel where, you're plugging people in and you're giving all your energy out and you're feeling exhausted and then resentful and you switch and traded it in for a chalice that can't plug in. It's just you fill up and everyone else gets your overflow. So I like this wonderful kind of switch up here for you. And it feels abundant. It feels like you feel the fullest you've have in a long time. It feels like here by the end of January. February, yeah, more emotional energy. It feels like you dive deep here in February. A lot of unseen emotions, a lot of unseen things are revealed, a lot of clarity that comes in, but it feels emotionally based. So here's where the emotions, and it's funny because we've got Aquarius, which is air energy, and Pisces, which is water energy. We have them both in the month of um, February. So I feel like you're in your mind and you get caught up in your mind a little much in February to where towards the end when we go into Pisces season, which would be around the 18th or 19th, I believe, of February. We go into Pisces, your emotions help get you out of your head. A little bit of overthinking in the beginning, but this emotional balance, again, that King of Cups energy coming in. March comes in, Page of Wands, yeah. The emotional energy, then we move into Aries season in spring, around March 20th, and so here's this fire, this expansion. So I feel like here, it feels like this first quarter, January, you're kind of getting into your, "What do I want?" I'm grounding myself, "What do I want for me? What's going on here?" Then you get into your head with some like, this Capricorn Aquarius energy can really get us thinking, planning, and then this emotional energy helps, get you out of your head with all the fears and all the clutter, gets you into this passion of what you're wanting to do, and then it's like you have a plan, your heart's involved, and then towards the end of March, like the last week in March is when you get in this action energy and you're ready to put things and take things to a new level. You get very energetic and you're really moving things and things are unfolding here. April comes in and there's joy. So a lot of victory, your heart feels full. You feel very joyful. It feels very, with this 10 energy, I feel like you're reaching some endings and beginnings and your heart feels full. You feel like your emotional dreams come true or coming true, and it's just that's that cup. You're full and overflowing, and things are, moving forward with that. So I like that. Moving into May, yep, Knight of Pentacles. Things kind of I feel like you're busy, busy, busy. January, February, March, April, May kind of feels like suddenly life goes slow. And I think maybe you mentioned that you're in school. Is that when you graduate and then suddenly you have all this time on your hands and you're like, I've been like no time. How did I fit everything in? And now I'm like, it feels like you're going 80 miles an hour on a freeway for hours. When you go off and go 30 miles an hour, it feels like you're going backwards. That's what it feels like for me. I feel like it's a time of rest and slowness and slowing down, which is good for you. Again, this grounding energy that feels good for you. And then June, here's the counterpart, really. It's the same energy as the King of Cups, except it's the mind gets balanced with the heart. So um, here's that balancing energy in June where you really feel kind of this calmness and this, if your mind is getting into too much, your heart is balancing it out. It's like yeah, come back to your why. Why do you wanna do what you wanna do? You know, is it expectations, trying to live up to everyone's expectations, or is it of the heart that we're getting into that, right? And then July, you have the 8 of Swords, so a lot of seeing what of your old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. Really a time of reflecting on, um, the way that you used to think and the way things have been before, and you've been letting go of thoughts and beliefs and expectations, but this is a big month in July of freedom, which 4th of July, it's freedom of letting mindsets go of that are rooted in fear, seeing things differently, and there's this flow that happens here. So good mental energy, a lot of communication. Feel like you're feeling organized and getting your ducks in a row in July. August, you've got the 9 of Wands. So you kind of feel like there's this block here that you're trying to get past. But this is a month where you're learning to step into your power and where you're realizing, let me do it this way. You're the only one holding you here. Here's this Ace of Wands, which is your power. Can see here that it's what's holding this fence there. And I feel in August, you're realizing it's only you that is holding yourself back. And it's has to do with your focus of your energy. If you get focused on want and need and fear, that's lack energy. It makes it difficult for things to come in. But when we switch and we focus on everything I'm grateful for, look at how much I've accomplished. Look what I have in my life. Look what I have had happen. And that changes the energy, which allows flow, which allows you to draw things in, which September, then you have the chariot, which is victory and movement and motion. So you don't even just walk through that barrier with that 9 of wands, you come barreling through with horses and action and movement, but it is initiated and maintained because of the power of choice that comes in with the chariot. I can choose lower vibration or higher vibration. Whatever I'm choosing is what I'm inviting and growing. So you're learning gratitude, and you have that positivity anyway, right? But this gratitude energy is what can transform things. Bringing you into October, which is really giving you this wonderful fire to stand up like the sun, saying, I'm not dimming my light. I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm going to be my unique self, and I'm not going to defend myself because I'm safe in this bubble. When I'm myself, I'm just, allowing myself to shine bright on a hill. And if people can't handle the heat, that's all right. That's why they have sunscreen or big hats or indoors or a cellar. If you can't stand my brightness, do something about it, but I'm not gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna change who I am for everyone because everyone has a different opinion, and I have opinion of everyone else, but I'm gonna be me, and that I'm not gonna expect other people to change. I'm gonna, not change either. So, it's not about being stubborn and inflexible. This is about that courage and that confidence to be true to myself, not try to be what everyone else wants me to be. So I like this kind of declaration. It feels like declaration of independence. Yeah, declaration of I am me, and you can celebrate me or walk away, but that's fine. Either way, I got to be me kind of energy. That's October, it takes you into November. Yeah, beautiful 11 energy for November. Justice energy, which is balance of the mind, seeing things from a higher perspective, continuing to let go of more things, in your life here too. So I really like that energy here, bringing you into December. So this balance energy again, with the 2 of Pentacles, balance of the outside world, and I feel like by the end of the year, you're in this kind of 2 big things are existing in your life, and I feel like this is more of where you're investing your energy. This is outside of relationship and things like this. This is more you're balancing, like, maybe your a job and then or career, and then something like a side hustle, something that is your your passion for your life. It's like whatever you've been doing that's funding your dream. And so you're not living to work, you're working so that you can live. And I feel like that's where you end up by the end of the year. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. All right, boom. What do we got here? Yep, recognition. Yep, this would be like the world card. So it feels like here the world is taking there's the world. The world is taking notice of what you bring to the table this year, whether it comes in the form of awards, accolades, or praise. Let this be a reminder that you are capable of great things. I like that. I don't know if you watch Harry Potter. I had a flashback of when he first got his wand, and he was like, "It's interesting that's your wand. Why is that?" Because he who had the other wand that was made from this, um, feather of a phoenix or whatever, also did great things. Horrible things, but great things. But not that you're gonna do horrible things, but that just remind me that you are magical. Alright, so that's what they have for you, Justice Warrior Tim. So thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. Alright. So thank you again. So, and actually, I just had a donation come in from my dear friend Missy. Hey, Missy, if you're watching, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. It says that you want a general reading here. So I'll just put your first name since I don't see your in the chat here. At least I don't see it here. So let's give you your timestamp here. All these twos. So I like this. And oh, let me just grab a couple people here. We got CJ in the house too. Hey, CJ. We'll get you onto the free reading list here. And let me see, did I miss anyone else here? Oh, and Ken. Hello, Ken. We got you here. Get you on the free list here too. Oh, and Gracie. Wow, I totally did not say hello to you guys. I'm so sorry. Good to have you here. And Santa, thank you for the love. I think that was it up here. Let me just make sure. Yes, because we had Hasan. Okay, so that's it. All right, and I will get to free readings here after Missy's reading. I'll be at 2.5 hours plus, so we will. I'll start some free readings, even if I have other donations. We'll get to some free readings here in a minute. All right, I feel like here I do want to mix up these 3 stacks, the Sisters of Fate. And we've been using all these for a couple hours, so I just want to mix them up before we dive into your reading here, Missy. Hope you're doing well and having a blast. Happy New Year to you. There you are. Hello, hello. All right, I'll use your correct name here, or ID. So there we go. At least for the other one. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope your husband is doing well. Enjoying your rainy winter, maybe up there in the Northeast. We actually have a chance of some snow tomorrow. All right. I think we've got the stacks recalibrated here. All right. So let's shuffle up here and we'll see what we have going on for you. What does Spirit want you to know? Let's see, do I have coffee left? So cheers to you. All right. So what is a happening? What is a happening? What do they want you to know? All right. So we've got these, and these, and these. All right. And then I feel like Do you want nope. They said, "Nope." I was going after a card and it went into hide and seek. Alright. So, it looks like here, the bottom of the deck, we start off here with the Ace of Cups, which, of course, is all about it's a gift of love, it's a gift of a heart's desire kind of energy, and we've got here the way the cards came out, they're face down, I don't see them yet, but I see the pattern of 2 and then 2 and then 2 and then 3 and then 3 and then 3, and this feels like an energy of steady progression, steady, solid progression. And I mean, we could go to the side of God, it takes forever for things to happen. That would be low vibrational. Higher vibrational is believing that things slowly built last forever. Things quickly built fall down quickly. And I like that underlying energy that whatever this heart's desire, this thing of your heart that's been slowly growing, that it's solid and it will continue is the message. It will continue to grow and continue to expand. It's just the solidness of it is important because if it was fast, then it could also go away fast. But because it's, very strong, it's built brick by brick like the pyramids that have lasted thousands of years where something quickly built, we don't even know it was there because it already fell apart and it's sand somewhere. But the pyramids, we see it. It was built brick by brick and these huge, and the way it was constructed is solid. And I feel like that's the message, a big message here. Whatever this heart's desire is that you wanted to grow. And maybe it's even more than one thing. Maybe it's three things solidly growing, three things too. All right, let's see your first step of 2 here. Yeah, we've got this Knight of Swords. This is the quest, for seeing things from a higher perspective. The Nine of Pentacles is this energy of it's almost like a hermit energy where there has been a period of time where you might have felt not so much isolated, but compart not com compartmentalized, like bubbled away from a lot of people for a period of time, but it was for you to see things differently, to bring in clarity, even to write and to do something with your hands with this Knight of Swords. It gave you the opportunity to create in a way that involved writing or drawing, kind of energy here, but that it was important. And that you're not in it alone either. The Nine of Pentacles is like being away in a garden with spirit, as your co-creator, and they're helping you find this feeling of independence with this too in the outside world. So that takes time to grow, right? And you got the Two of Pentacles and the Temperance card. Talk about balance energy, right? You got you got like the infinity symbol this way and the infinity symbol this way. So you've got both of this energy, both major arcana in this, which is alchemy and balance. And again, there's this message here coming in, just confirming it is all about it takes time. And that even though it doesn't look like sometimes things are growing and things are happening, there's a lot of magic that's happening and eventually, suddenly, things turn to gold. That's what alchemy is. That's the temperance energy that it's trusting the unfolding, with this. September's really coming in here. Why is September coming in here? The Nine of Pentacles, September, and then Temperance is Sagittarius energy, which is November 20th to December 20th. Feels like there's like September and then December. I feel like there something really this was important that happened in September and then again in like November 20th, December 20th, like that period of time, that something really you're seeing the how the cycles are happening, the cycles of growth that are coming in here. which bleeds you, it bleeds you over. It brings you to the 3rd set of the 2 cards, which is the 10 of Wands and the 6 of Swords. I feel like this is allowing you to see things differently, and you've been letting go of some old ways of doing things, an old way of seeing things, old stories. You're seeing it from a higher perspective, which allowed you to have this movement of perception, movement of belief that creates movement in the outside world. The 10 of Wands, and I feel like this is maybe some of the story change, and I feel like there was a story change in something significant, which you're a pretty positive person anyway, but the 10 of Wands brings in an energy of like, we kind of can look at it as, oh my God, what a burden that is to carry all this stuff. Gosh, and then we also can look at it as look at the harvest. And so it's a change of perspective and something that felt like a burden. Suddenly, something clicked and broke through and going, why am I looking at it in that way when it really is a blessing in disguise? And now I can look at it as I can have gratitude around it. I can look at it as this energy of look what I have had, and um, and that change of energy. It's an ending of an old way of looking at things, which brings new beginnings and things too. So I feel like that's the progression that it's happened with those, bringing you to the next stage, which are these three threes here that we have. Your first little set here, yeah. Again with that Ace of Cups, here's the quest for the Ace of Cups, which is the quest for your this heart's desire energy. Look, and then I have 3 decks all in one. So you got the 9 of Pentacles again, which was at the first stage before. So you had this first stage was your ability to see things differently with your mind and give you time to create and write and do things with your hand. Well, now in this other stage, maybe this is a stage you've already gone through or the stage you're heading into, but this is giving you time, again, this feeling of being boxed away from individuals. It's giving you time to transform emotional energy and and this power of choice that comes in with I feel like that first stage was more of a mental change. The second one is an emotional change, something changing within you. This I get to choose how I feel about whatever's going on. Independent of the outside world, I get to choose it. It's like there's this yeah, there can be chaos going on in the outside world. People can be saying things or not saying things, doing things or not doing things, and our mind before would have been like, "Oh my god," but I feel like your mindset changed. Now your emotion, you're really in this emotional choice stage where you've been going, "You know what? I can choose to get upset or I can choose gratitude." I can choose hate or I can choose love. I could choose, burden or abundance. And I'm realizing nothing out there tells me how I'm going to feel. I get to choose it, right? And I feel like there's this empowerment that came through here. But again, this pocketing away energy, it gave you time to really kind of see things from a distance, from third person to go, "Oh, wow." And I feel like you saw things differently, which takes you to this next one here. Yeah. So again, so just so you know, I'm not taking up the same card twice. Here's the 5 of Cups. It continues here, this transformation, but I love it because you've got here the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart, the ruler over the emotions, and then the Queen of Wands too, the Queen of Fire coming in here. And so I feel like this empowerment as you're learning this power of your emotions and the there's not the reacting of emotions, but the choosing of response of emotions. maybe you feel it rising, but it's like this empowerment with this Queen of Wands. You know, you've got the mental energy of the air, you've got the emotional energy of the water moving into the Queen of Wands, the ruler of fire, and your intuition has really opened up, I feel, with this with all these changes. You've really let it go of a lot of noise, mental noise. You let it go of a lot of emotional noise, and you're in this higher vibration where you're hearing things more clearly, you're seeing things more clearly, your creativity is blasting both in music and in writing and in drawing. And there's something else. What's this? There's this other heart's desire that is arising. And I feel like this is the fourth element making itself come to fruition here. But I feel like this is the stepping that's been happening. It's, kind of this, you know, sometimes we become impatient, but I feel like they're really celebrating how you've gone with the flow, how you've trusted along there and doing what you can. And the times when you get frustrated, you bring it and you've been bringing it back and bringing it back and bringing it back. And now you're about to see what unfolds here. Feel like these three cards is what they're bringing in here. Yeah, I like it. So you've got the 9 of swords. So here's the getting tired of the exhaustion of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations. A lot of freedom that has come in with that, a lot of release that came in with that. And here's that temperance card again that you had over in the beginning, the patience, the alchemy. Here comes the gold. Here comes the fruition. And you've got the 4 of wands. Joyful celebration, joyful gathering, maybe even going to a festival. Are you gonna go play at a festival? But there is this fruition, this letting go of the expectations and letting go of the supposed tos and hows. It's showing you how over this time, the reason why it's taken this time is because you've let go of so much of these old, even subconscious belief systems that have been bubbling down there. And you've been having conflict that comes up and you transmute it. More conflict comes up, you transmute it. It's letting go. All the conflict that has been happening over the years, right? Since we were young, have been for us to set us free from these restrictive thoughts and beliefs. And now you're in this wonderful place of getting ready to have the harvest, getting ready to have the joy and the celebration that had you not gone through everything you've gone through over the last decade or 2, especially, these have really set you free where had you had this celebration that's coming up 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you wouldn't enjoy it. It would just be more feeling like you've this is what needed to be done and you got up to 0 instead of less and less expectations when it happens. It's like, wow, all this is abundance when there's little expectations, which have been whittled away, whittled away, whittled away. So this much is much, even just like this much, is abundance. Whereas when we have all these expectations, when we get up to it, it's 0. Even though you did all this, we feel like nothing. But doing this much with no expectations is more fulfillment than you ever would have had. So hopefully that makes sense. Trying to bring what they're showing me into language, into English, it's always the struggle. But I feel like, this is what they wanted to reinforce a lot here that, you know, kind of the acknowledgement of how you've gone with the flow, how you've always, you know, try to return back to that place of gratitude and that you've used the conflict to grow, not to repress yourself and suppress yourself. And because of that, you're going to impress yourself. I love all these words. um, not in an egotistical way, I know. It's like, wow, when we stop and we take a moment to breathe and to turn back and look how far you've come, then it allows you to see your world differently. And you have. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. And so your world has changed, but it's because you've changed. And I feel like it's part of this celebration is to celebrate you and to celebrate how far you've come. So I love that. See what your fortune cookie says here too. Yeah. Fertile abundance. Oh my God, you're pregnant. I'm just kidding. We always talk about birthing our children, right? um, which it says the energy of abundance is buzzing all around you. This is a fertile time to build and create something of lasting value. What you nurture now will provide nourishment for seasons to come. Isn't that crazy? That's what we were talking about, right? I love that for you. Yes, Tim, you just missed it. Here's your timestamp there. Unbelievably on point. You'll write and catch you up. Oh, I'm excited. I know, I'm intrigued. I'm like, "What is this, Missy?" Yes, please, I'd love to hear what's been going on. We'll catch up for sure. So, thank you so much for your, generous donation. I'm so grateful, and I'm excited. We will find out what's going on. What's going on? It is a great year. The fire horse, here we go. Buckle up, Buttercup, right? So fun, fun, fun. So, thank you again, my friend. That is what they have for you right now. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Sapriti, good to see you. Hello, hello. And okay, and I see here you have your free question. We'll add you to the list here, which I'm going to start on free readings here in a moment. I do have a donation came in, so let me just grab that. I will return to it here. All right. Thank you so much, guide. I got your, oops, did you put on here? All right. So thank you for your donation. I'm a little past 2.5 hours. I am going to jump in to no pregnancy. Yeah. I know. At least not of a human child, of some sort of creative act, I'm sure. All right. That's a little bit too much there. All right. Um, yeah, you know what I'll do here, guide. I will get to free readings here. I do want to complete guides first here. I'll just remove you off of the free list here. Thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. We'll jump to that first, and then I will see how many free readings do I have. I'll complete all the free readings. Let's say I've got like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I've got about 20 free readings, so I'll complete all those when I'm done here with guide. I know I said even if there was more donations, I would go on, but I'm feeling a nudge from spirit to complete guides a donation, so I'm going to do that first, and then if there's any other donations, I will move into free readings to complete them, and then any other donations, I will finish up after that. All right. So let me see here. I think we want to go to this stack here for you. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Timestamp. See, I'm all excited. I try not to forget those, but there we go. So we got your timestamp here, and we'll find out how do you get your light back. All right. They're reminding me of a saying my mom would say. She's still with us, but I haven't heard her say it in a while. But it's she was like, even on cloudy days, the sun is still shining. we just can't see it because 'cause we're under the clouds. So, I like that image because it's like your light never went away. There's just some clouds rolled in. And so we're going to Spirit wants to tell you how you can burn the clouds away, because that's what happens, like, with fog, and fog rolled in is what they're saying. Fog rolled in, and now we're gonna tell you how you can burn away the fog so you could see your light again that's always still been there. It just got foggy. I like that. Don't you just love Spirit? I just love Spirit. All right. Let's shuffle these up. Oh, yeah. And then here's the sun. Here's the sun shining bright. That's gonna burn away the fog. That's gonna be the card there. The brighter you shine, the more fog, burns away, right? I think that's the way it works. Let's see here. So what okay, they do want those, and we want these here. I want this one. Alright, what do we have here? Oh my gosh. Guess what's on the bottom of the deck? So, they had me take this one out, but I'm using 3 decks, so you've got the sun card again. Guess what's coming back here? I think your sunlight, because you got bookends of the sun on either side here. So I love this. I love this. You can't make it up. So, all right, let's see what we got here. Your first card up is the Knight of Pentacles. So Knight of Pentacles is, there's been this slow period here where it feels like life has kind of been on slow-mo. Ever watch a movie and you can click to, well, I think this was on DVD players. Maybe they still have it on Netflix and stuff, but you can go frame by frame instead of, or you can speed things up, but it feels like you're on the where it's like frame by frame and you're like, is it even moving? Kind of feels like life has felt that way for a little bit, where just life feels like maybe you've been stuck in the mud. Your feet are stuck and you're trying to, it's difficult to walk because you go up to your knee in mud each time, and you lose a shoe, and when you're trying to get, out of the mud, and you're like, now where's my shoe? So I feel like it's felt that way a little bit, but they're saying that it's been on purpose for you, not as punishment, not to, you know, draw out anything. It's been giving you the opportunity to question things and to kind of decompress and to, um, and because of it's slowed down, things aren't like coming to you like fast. And it's because, they do that for us because if we're in any kind of lower vibrational energy, we're pulsing lower vibrational energy. We just keep on drawing in lower vibrational energy. It's like being stuck in the mud. I can't get out of it because I'm stuck in it. Well, they slowed it down now to where you're not drawing in lower vibration. And it's going to give you the opportunity. They're going to tell you some things here on what you can do to help cut some of these cords of lower vibration, the sandbags that are attached to the hot air balloon, and, the ropes, and to cut those so you can rise, 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 rise to where you rise above the fog and you can see the sun again, your light again. So, I like this. Um, let's see what so you have 5 cards and then 1, 2, 3 cards. I feel like these 5 cards are how you can get, to burn away the fog or cut away the things that are holding you down to have you be able to rise to see your light again. Yeah, the Page of Wands, your power of energy. And this is, a new way awareness around where you're investing your energy. And and this is part of what we were just talking about too. Because whatever I focus on, I attract more of, I grow it. That's our power. We're so powerful. Whatever I have my focus on in each moment, I draw it to me. And that's why they slow down that's why they do it for all of us. We go through periods of slowdown because if I'm focusing in on my fears, my pain, my wants, my needs, these energies of lack, I just draw more of it because it's like if I go into a donut shop and I point out all the things I hate, I end up with a dozen donuts that I hate. And so what spirit does is like goes like this to the baker going, "What? What are they pointing at? Nothing. What are they pointing at? Nothing." Because they're like, "I don't want you to put any donuts in that donut box." So they kind of blind the movement of things until we become aware of, oh yeah, I want to point at all the things I love in life, and then I get dozens of that instead. And then when we do that, as we begin to focus in on what do I love, and sometimes I know when we're in the fog and then we're scared and we're afraid of the unknown and we have that kind of energy. Sometimes it's hard to find that glimpse of hope and that glimpse of light. But we start, it's like that spark is like we just have to start. We have to make a decision of ending the sorrow, ending the mourning, and begin the new life. And it's like that. It's if you ever watch Dances with Wolves with Kevin Costner, um, I don't know, did I mention this already? I feel like the Dances with Wolves has been coming up in readings this weekend, but it's like choosing a date when because someone was widowed and they were falling in love with Kevin Costner, and Kevin Costner was falling in love with her, and there's this energy that was in your previous reading that are bringing that in. That's funny. What's funny is I did go look it up. It was the lady because I looked up the cast of Dances with Wolves and the cast and it was her. She was the one in this changing of roles, but this one is more focused in on not so much about, seeing that you have different roles in your lifetime, but that it's really emphasizing the choosing that this is the date I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna stop that and start this. And because it's a time we're allowed to mourn, we're allowed to do it, but if I wanna see the light, I just have to make the choice that, February 1st, which is the full moon in Leo, which is the sun card. So let's make February 1st, if that resonates with you. February 1st, because sun rules over Leo. It is a full moon in Leo on February 1st. What a great day for release and ending and to prepare for the new beginning to come in. And it's like I choose to let the old go and that now I'm gonna choose to look for the future. And so I'm choosing, the morning is over on that, and I'm gonna wake up and have that be beginning day, new beginning day, and and then the sun card, boom, 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 energy that comes in there. But it's I choose. And whether it's doing a gratitude journal, going, all right, you know what? February 1st, I'm starting a gratitude journal for the month, and that's a good month to start it because that's only 28 days this year, right? For a month, 28 days, I'm going to write one thing I'm grateful for every day, even if you have a cookie jar. And if you have children, this is a good thing to teach them too. I know you have children. Everyone write down something they're grateful for, and then you put it in the cookie jar, an empty cookie jar, right? And then every day you put it in there, and on any day when you're feeling down, you open up the cookie jar and you just take something out and you start reading the things you're grateful for until you, all right, enough. I put them back in and then I'm good. And if there's a cookie with a cookie jar, have a cookie too. And it's like, all right, here we go. I'm going to, I'm choosing gratitude. I'm going to have my focus be gratitude. And if you wanna do more, one of my new moon intentions for this new moon for today is I'm gonna um, I'm gonna start my gratitude journal again, and I'm gonna put alarms on my phone to remember to come back to gratitude. There's a lot going on in the world, a lot of energy that can draw us out, but any reminders we can come back to higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, play, all those things are higher vibrational. The more we can focus on that, the more our bright light shines, the more it burns off the fog, right? So I feel like that's the first thing. The second thing, yeah, and this is kind of along the lines, 10 of cups is joy. I choose joy. So I choose gratitude and watching my energy. The 10 of cups is I choose joy. I'm gonna find things that I'm grateful for, but I'm also gonna find things that I'm joyful about, and I'm gonna go do things that bring me joy. I'm gonna do things with my children that bring me joy, um, and it's like, that's my intention. I'm not gonna focus on the stuff that, I'm gonna focus on if it's like work, well, I have to go to work, but it's like, I'm working so that I can have moments of joy, so plan moments of joy, even if they don't have to be expensive. It can just be, "What brings me joy?" I'm gonna make sure I put that into my planner, because sometimes we can go get so consumed with doing the tasking and the existing, we forget to live. So this is what this says is, "Remember, it's time to live." The 4 of Cups. The 4 of Cups is, this is the 3 cups of the outside world. That's what makes life feel empty, that makes us feel unstable, but returning to our self-love, inward and upward, this is that unconditional love. I feel like this is, something else that helps us is remembering that we're not we're not these humans. This is a character we're playing. It's like, remember who you are, you know? Remember that you're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, made of joy, and that the outside world just is. It's just this experience. Um, and if we, look to for our joy out there, it's unstable. It's almost like, remember that we are made of joy and that I don't need something to make me happy. Because we can get caught up in how we're brought up, right? I can be happy when dot, 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 and dot, and dot, and dot, and then happiness never comes because all that stuff is so unstable and doesn't unfold, right? So it's like, ugh, it's remembering, coming back to my joy, but remembering I am my joy. I'm made of joy. I don't need something to make me happy. I can be happy for no reason at all. No one can take it away from me. And I feel like that's an important thing here. Have my emotional stability become stable because I look in here, not to relationships, situations, or things, because all those things are unstable. When I find my joy inward and upward, my happiness inward and upward, my love inward and upward, then I fill up and overflow, and everything in the outside world becomes above and beyond extra. But it's about coming back to me, the true me, right? And then you have the Page of Cups. Yeah, it's kind of the thing. The self-love. This is like the love from above is our true love. Love in the outside world is unstable and temporary and fickle and doesn't fill us up. It's empty calories for our heart. We want a good meal, we have to find that inward and upward, right? Outside world is just sugar. It's just sugary dessert love. It's not the love that we find on the inward, right? I think I've talked before about the 10-course meal with 2 desserts is what we find when we go inward and upward. That's what we're hungry for, is this meal, this 10-course meal that has 2 desserts. Wow, but the outside world is just a giant dessert bar. It only just brings us more sugar, more empty calories. Yeah, it makes us feel good for a moment, but then we're like, "I don't feel so good." So, good reminder. And the Knight of Swords. This is pursuing about, being on a quest of seeing things from a higher perspective. Changing our stories in our mind is what this comes in. When we have beliefs, small t truths that are rooted in fear, opinion we've grown up with, when we have these beliefs and they're not bringing us joy, can question those because it's probably a judgmental opinion that we've grown up with that, "Oh, when that happens, that means this about you. When that happens, this is how you have to feel. When that happens, this is the energy you're supposed to have and the actions you're supposed to react to." It's like, ugh, we feel like a puppet on a puppet string, feeling like, "Well, when that happens, that means I have to do this." And it's like, you know what? Like cutting those strings off of the for the balloon, those sandbags. I'm cutting these strings off. You don't tell me how I'm supposed to think, how I'm supposed to act, how I'm supposed to feel. I get to choose that. And there's kind of like the stepping into power energy that comes in here. So there's a variety of things you can do to help, find your light again. And this is the time to do that. Let's see what these three things are here. Yeah. Keep hope. You are this star. This is your human, but you got this umbilical cord to this powerful supernatural being that you are, and to the universe, and to the creator, and to all your spiritual posse too. This is a card of hope. Just know that you are cared for, that there is this light that you're still connected to, that has never gone away. It's always been up there, but you are not alone. So I like that. Then you have the 10 of Wands, which is a change of energy. We can look at life as burden, or we can look at life as harvest. And whatever we focus on is what happens. But this 10 of Wands is about, doing an energetic inventory. Where am I investing my energy? And what am I growing, and what changes do I want to make? To what is it called when you take it from here and put it over here? Recalibrate, oh, it's like an accounting term. Reallocate. Yeah, reallocate I think it's so does that reallocate the energy to something that I want to grow, not something that I'm like, "No, I don't wanna grow that." It's changing it up and realizing it's you. Yep, and the 5 of Swords. This is the conflict energy. This is our heart versus our head, which and this is an amazing thing, is that our our heart searches for things that bring it joy and happiness. Our mind searches for things that makes it feel safe. And that's when the conflict comes in because our mind will try to keep us in things so we can feel safe when our heart's going, "I hate this. I wanna go this way." And the mind's, "Oh, no, we can't go there. That's the unknown. That's scary. I don't wanna do that." We'll either get to a place where we feel so unhappy that we override the mind and we're like, "Too bad, we're going. Come on." You know? But when our fears of feeling unsafe and out of control outweigh our heart, we don't act and we stay in misery until we feel it's almost like when we feel bad enough and we feel unhappy enough that we're like, "That's it, I'm done," kind of energy. And that's when we set the date of like, "I'm done. I I don't wanna live like this anymore. I'm gonna make change." Waiting for something to change, waiting for someone else to change for us or to change our life, we're the ones that will make the change, right? And so you have the Sun card. You do have that beautiful promise, that the light is up there. We just gotta burn away the fog, right? So hopefully those help. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too. And we have a wonderful new moon energy that's still active. That if you want to use this energy, um, I did post earlier making the most of new moon energy. Excuse me. So if anyone wants to check that out, um, it's in the description box of the video, but here's the link just to make it easy if you guys want to check that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. So the sun, well, kind of, it's your higher self. Here's that powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. Says your higher self watches over you, a timeless aspect of your soul that knows the way. When doubt clouds your vision, there's the clouds, turn inward and ask, what insight does my higher self have to offer? These cards are so amazing. They're just like so on point with the readings. It's crazy. But that's what they got for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine, right? The old songs, the old songs. So I like that for you, right? Absolutely. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there, my dear. Brighter days ahead. And February 1st, if you want that, that's a huge, like I said, it's Leo, the sun. It's just you can't make it up. That I'm like, oh wow, yeah, that's right. It's a full moon, which is the culmination, the ending and beginning energy. It's such a perfect day for all of us. In fact, maybe I'll bring that in when I do the video for that. It's beautiful. All right. So many blessings. All right. And then Justice Warrior, Timmy Tim, you just watched your reading and so on point. I love it. Thank you for sharing that. Glad it was helpful. Or hopefully it was helpful. It was on point. Hopefully it was helpful. And then we have the other Tim, Tim De La Gem. Hey, Tim. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Your car was sold with no effort. Let go of expectations and it went poof, just like you said. Oh, I love that. He wanted that make, model, and package had 10,000 fewer miles than usually is on them. So one less worry. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's take a sip of some tea here. I think that's it for the donations. Well, we are now going to jump in to free readings. And so I'm going to finish all the free readings and then, excuse me, if any donations come in, we will um, complete those afterward. All right, let me just take a look here. My phone's been blowing up here. All right. Okay, so those are those. We're all good. And let me just see here. Okay. You know, when you're blowing up from family, you're like, oh, did something happen? And it's like, no, we're okay. I am going to run to the little boys' room real quick because it's been 3 hours, and tonight it has gone through me. And then, so when I come back, we'll start on the free readings. It'll be just a quick sec. I'll be able to focus more and channel spirit instead of demons. So I'll be right back. All right. Thank you guys. Sorry. There we go. And FYI, I don't believe in demons. I believe if you need demons for your story, they'll order them for you, but they're not just existing on their own. So, just saying. All right. Tim Dilligem, I read for what you might recognize. Yeah, absolutely. We'll add you to the list here. All right. I think that was it here. Okay. Very good. Very, very good. All right. So let's shuffle these up. We'll use this one here. And so we'll start off here. We got Ashish Bakaran. Ashish, here is your time stamp. Boom, boom. Hello. So you're in the IT field and you applied for different software jobs. Will you get one that makes you travel around the world? Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what do we have flowing in here for you? Nope, they didn't want that one. What else? Anything else? All right. Okay, we got these two. We'll take both those. Got the Five of Swords, which, and you also have the Five of Cups, and you have the High Priestess too. It's interesting because the Five of Swords is, about mental conflict, like the heart battling the head, and the Five of Cups is like emotional conflict that comes in here too. So it feels like in the High Priestess, she's all about, she steps away, goes to see things from a different perspective. And it's about from the heart here, and so it feels like there is this battle that's going back and forth between the two. Your mind wants to do something for its reasons, for its trying to find security, trying to find something that makes it feel safe. And the heart is looking for something that's joyful and fun that aligns themselves with their higher heart. And it feels like these two things are at odds right now. And it feels like there might be something else that unfolds here. Maybe it's not with IT. Maybe IT won't take you around the world. And if you want to do something around the world, it's like to do something different, to look at it, something that both the heart and the head can come together with. Oh, weird. I was hearing something. Oh, maybe I was hearing a weird noise. I was like, what is that? Must have been a little fan because it stopped suddenly. It's funny. Always when I go to listen for it, it goes away. Interesting. So that something's trying to get your attention. And once you listen to it, then things flow. There you go. So, but I do feel like there's something, um, and it's possibly something within IT that's different than your mind thinks that's gonna do, but it's something that matches both your head and your heart together. So I feel like where you've been applying, your heart's like, "Yeah, I wanna do that." But I don't feel like where you're currently looking takes you around the world. It's you have to change something. All right. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So many blessings to you, Ashish. And then Toucho Love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And what is coming for you this week coming up? All right. Oh, boom, boom. Two cards came flying out. Wow. So you got the High Priestess here, along with the Six of Wands. There is this, it feels very much here, a acknowledgement from spirit that you're seeing. With the High Priestess, this is very intuitive, psychic, spiritual gift energy, connection to the spirit world. And the Six of Wands can be a victory energy, but when I get this combo, this is spirit. You can even see the way they interpret this is there's like all these people out here. Let's see if I can get it to focus. There's all these people out here that look kind of transparent. And then, of course, the spotlight coming from the heavens, that you're feeling this connection, you're feeling this acknowledgement from people who have passed and gone to the other side, but also from your spiritual posse. I just feel like you're feeling this inner support this week, that things feel different. And um and you do have this little bit of kind of stepping back and kind of almost being disconnected a bit from the outside world, because the high priestess does go away up into her high priestess temple and connects, and so it's kind of almost like this little hermity energy, but you just kind of feel emotionally pulled back a little bit, but not out of like um a reaction from the outside world, but almost like a invitation from the inside world to come connect with them. And I feel like this is the kind of week the energy is just really on point with that this week. So look for signs and synchronicities, baby. I feel like they're going to be all over the place. All right. That's what they have for you. Touch of love. Many blessings to you. Take a quick sip here. All right. So, Bonita, you are up. Maybe. There we go. That looks better. So, Bonita, here is your timestamp and a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Right, these three. Boom, boom, boom. So, you do have the Knight of Swords, which there is this clarity coming in, but this feels like a communication coming in. I feel like you're going to be getting an invitation to attend somewhere, because you got the Four of Wands, which is a joyful celebration, and the Three of Cups too is about like your tribe, your family, your group. And sometimes that can be your spiritual posse, but I feel like this is more that you're going to be getting this invitation to attend something. And I feel like it's joyful energy. You got the Four of Wands and Three of Cups is all about joy, both of the cards too. So I feel like whatever communication or joyful communication or invitation to a joyful event, go to it is what I feel like is being nudged. Of course, you have free will, but they're telling you it'll be worth it if you go. Sometimes we get invitations and we're like, ugh, this is like it's worth going and um getting dressed up or whatever it is that you have to do for it. But I like this for you. I feel like you're gonna get an invitation to go to, if it's a wedding or a celebration of some kind, or even a concert or something, but it's friends or family wanting to come together to do something. And I like that for you. I feel like it's needed. So, there you go. Enjoy that. And that's what's headed your way. So I like it. Many blessings to you. No, Alice, those are more, private, and so if you wanna send it to me, we can do that, and then I record it and upload it, just for sake of timing, um, if you wanna send it me that way, I can do it, I probably won't do it tonight since it's almost 8:30 now. By the time I get done, it's gonna be 9:30-ish, maybe 10 o'clock at night, so, um I'd rather give you the attention to the reading that it deserves, instead of getting it done when, I'm, like, 3.5 hours into readings, which doesn't mean they're any lower, but to do that length of a reading, I'd like to be energized for you, if that's okay. Alright, but we'll put your free reading here onto the free reading list. Alright. Okay. So, up next, we got Eagle. You are here at 3:25:30 is yours. All right. A general for the next 3 days. All right. Nope. those aren't at it. Let's shuffle up here. All right, we got that, and we got this one here. All right. Wow, talk about extremities of you got the King of Swords, which is like the master of the mental air energy. He not only rolls over swords, he gets a second portion of swords, and then you got the Moon card, which is actually like the goddess of the emotions, right? So definitely have these extremities coming in here of you can get caught up in your head or you can go deep into your emotions, but I feel like what this represents is like you're going to be pulled from both sides, but because it's so much mental energy, so much emotional energy, it actually feels balanced. It just might feel like I want to say heavy, but it does feel like it's big. And so just it feels bigger than usual, right? And just know that because of the balance, it's still gonna be balanced. It kinda reminds me of my own my own astrology. I'm a, uh, Aquarius air sun sign, but I've got, Pisces moon, which is what so these 2 huge energies of mind and emotion, it's like it's a good balance because you have the ability to really go into high mental energy, but you also have the ability to dive deep into the emotional energy, but you're tethered so you don't get lost in it. And that's kind of energy that I feel for this week is when your mind goes, follow your mind, but then let your heart take you back. And when you go into your heart and feel emotional, let your mind bring you back. um, again, you're tethered with a rope. Your mind and heart are tethered together to keep each other from going into extremes this next week. So trust your mind and trust your heart coming in next week. So that's what they have there for you. Go. Hopefully that makes sense. Right. Minu, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There you go. And spirit message for you. All right, let's see what spirit has here for you. I think I need to switch stacks here. These keep on having a bunch of cards fall out of them. They're like, "We're tired." All right, let's move into this other stack. We'll give you a break, boo boo. You've got 2 other sisters here. All right. So many new messages from spirit. Yeah, there we go. See? Boom, boom. 2 cards. Wow, Pentacles, Pentacles. So you got the Page of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. So very much this opportunity for abundance that comes forward here. And I feel like the importance of it here is that, you know, Queen of Pentacles is like Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And so it's about making sure to nurture yourself and allow your decisions to be based on, loving yourself and giving yourself the options and giving yourself the um, permission to put yourself first. Because if you keep giving yourself away over and over and over and over and over, you feel empty and then you feel exhausted. And if you continue to give after you're exhausted, then it becomes resentment, right? We become resentful. So instead of being this barrel where you're feeding everyone from this barrel and you feel like you're not getting filled up and you're feeling lacking, you just disconnect all those. People might get a little pissy when you first do it, and that's all right. You trade in the barrel for a chalice that you can't plug into, but then you get to fill up and everyone else gets the overflow. Because the best gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you, because those waters are like nectar of the gods. Whereas when you're in the barrel, they're getting the bottom of the barrel, all this, it's bitter and sour. And so once they realize that little one drop of nectar, they'll be like, I'd rather have one of those than barrels of that other that we were getting because it's fullness energy, not bitter energy, right? So I like this for you, and this does bring you new opportunities because as you're choosing to giving yourself permission to love yourself and to make choices and decisions that bring you joy and are good for you, that eventually allows you to feel that fullness and overflow. So hopefully that resonates for you there, Minu. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Jojo. So, Jojo, here's your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. We did do a general reading earlier. And so we'll do a general reading for this one here because I don't think you are here or awake. So that's what we're going to do here for you. We'll see what else Spirit wants you to know here. All right. All these cards are flying over the place. All right. So, yeah, there is a little bit of a detour that comes in here. I feel like you've been having some of these emotional choices, these emotional options that have been coming up, and you've been feeling your emotions. And I love that you're really embracing instead of stuffing emotions, you're allowing yourself to express them, feel them, experience them. And usually it's with new mental information that we make changes with the 3 of Wands and go a different direction than we thought we would. But this is with new emotional information. It's allowing you to go a different direction than you normally would. And what I mean by that, what do I mean by that, Spirit? What do you mean? What are we talking about? Well, I feel like it's more the realization that first I can feel whatever I wanna feel. And sometimes what holds us back from changing course or making different decisions is that, well, if I do that, then I have to feel this way. If I do that, then I have to feel this way. Realize, no, wait a minute, because you've been learning to feel all these different emotions and allow yourself to feel differently about the same situation that you were told growing up, right? When that happens, this is how you have to feel. But when this happens, you're like, well, I'm going to choose to feel this. And you're like, oh, I can do that. And then something similar happened. You're like, I'm going to feel this way. And I feel like you've been experimenting in a way, consciously or subconsciously, of emotionally feeling different about a similar situation to where you're like, really, you had knowledge that you get to choose your emotions, but there's a difference when that knowledge drops into your heart and you're that knowing that I get to choose how I feel. So I'm going to go do this because that's what I want to do. And I've been not going that direction because I felt I would have to feel a certain way. But now I know I can feel any way that I want. So I'm changing course. I'm going a different direction in something. So I love that. So interesting. But that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right. Then we have Debbie O, Texas. Debbie O. Here is your timestamp. Deb, my Texan friend. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. And a general, whatever Spirit wants you to know. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know? Got that. And we've got this. Wow. Yes, you do have an opportunity that does open up in the future for romance. Don't give up hope. It does happen. You are in a quest for self-love right now with the Knight of Cups, but that is what takes you and brings this heightened opportunity in the future in the outside world. So, they are saying continue this Knight of Cups quest for the Ace of Cups, which is your own self-love, because your love vibrations is growing and growing and going higher and higher and higher. That gives you a heightened opportunity for romance versus, of course, what we have all do before, right? When we do what we've always did and end up getting what we've always gotten, and we're like, I don't want any more of that. I want something different. Well, and it's kind of like this check in with you, letting you know, yeah, it's still happening. You still have that headed your way. just keep going, just keep going. It's almost like they're showing me, like, if you ever in the olden days, you remember the olden days? When we would drive across the country and you'd have to have a map? We didn't have GPS. I know, what? You youngins, you're like, "What was that the did you guys drive wagons and horses back then?" No, but we'd have to have a map. Um, and they have, of course, all the interstate signs along the way. Sometimes you're going down a highway and you're going, "Am I in the right direction? Because I haven't seen a sign that showed the freeway number on it, and I know we did some turns. Am I going the wrong direction?" Because sometimes you'd find out you got on the wrong way and you're headed back home or you're headed in a totally different direction. And then you see the sign, you're like, "Oh, okay, no, I'm good." You know? Um, so I feel like that's what this is. This is a sign going, "Yeah, you're on the right freeway. You're heading in the right direction." Especially there in the middle of Texas. I remember you don't wanna be going in the wrong direction there because it takes you hours to get out of Texas, sometimes from San Antonio where I lived. Felt like a day just to get out of Texas alone, right? Alright, that's what they have for you, my dear. So, many blessings to you. Hopefully that helps. Alright, Maria P., you are up. Thank you for your donations earlier. And here is your free reading. Boom, boom. And so for you and Wally, the next 3 months. Alright, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, what do they want you to know about the next 3 months? We do want that one, and we want this one here. Oh, I think you got these in your readings. You got the Empress card, which is birth. Uh-oh, be careful. Um, harvest and birthing, 10 of Pentacles, harvest, and abundance. The 10 of Pentacles is relationship energy. So 3 months, it just feels so full, so, um, abundant for you guys. It feels I mean, you can't ask for what maybe the Sun card would have been, like, bigger than one of these, but these are especially the 10 of Pentacles, you want that for relationship energy. So it is that relationship, it is abundance, it is fullness, it is creation energy. There is the children energy here, so if you don't want children, be careful. If you don't want more children, be careful. 'Cause there you go. Alright, so that's what they have there for you, my dear. And now you're going, I'm not sure. Alright, many blessings. Alright, faith and love, you are up. That here we go. And hello, hello. What are C's intentions towards you this week? Alright, let's take a look here. Based on current energy, we've got this and these 2. Well, we got the slow roll, 7 of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So there's a little bit of taking their good old time on things. But we do have here, we have the 8 of Swords, which is a bit of, letting go of old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve and, things that used to keep them restricted and holding back from acting. And we have the 4 of Wands, which is a joyful celebration, joyful gathering. Yeah, it is the marriage card, but I doubt they're gonna whisk you off to get married by Elvis in Vegas, right? I feel like this is more that they're gonna kind of do things a little differently and kind of act on and maybe invite you to go out to some sort of celebration, some sort of gathering, maybe a concert or just somewhere there's a gathering, a lot of people that's joyful and, but it does feel like a lot of people, "Hey, faith and love." So, so I do feel like, there's that type of energy that's here, which is against their normal actions, right? Normally, they are kind of slow acting, but I feel like they're trying to get out of their head and do things differently. So I do feel like they wanna invite you to some sort of I don't know. I'm just kind of seeing like a little theater. What's this? Yeah, they're reminding me of one time when someone took me to a, it was like a really small concert. You're long distance. Maybe it's something online then, but it's to some sort of invite you to some sort of joyful event. Maybe it is something online then, but it feels very small. I mean, that's why, because it's on your phone. But it is, and maybe a joyful gathering, maybe that is like they wanna chat with you and, uh-oh. Something online, possibly there too, but it just feels like that kind of energy, um, acting on that, and when you had the Ace of Swords on the bottom too, which is, conversation, a new conversation, um, so, yeah, it's interesting. Maybe they're gonna ask you to video chat or something. I'm gonna leave it at that. You're like, "Oh, I'm not gonna do that." Yeah, but it does sound like good energy, because it feels like they're getting trying to get out of their head and do something different, you know? Watch a movie together on the phone. I don't know. That seems a little bit too romantic for them. Anyway, that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps, but, yeah, definitely at least, it's like they're trying, which is a good a good change. Alright, so that's what's coming in there for you, my dear. Oh, cool. So maybe you will do that, but I feel like it's doing something different, doing something, anyway. But that's what they got me, dear. So many blessings to you, right? We got MM. You are up. Here's your timestamp. And will you run into DJ the physician this week? You're welcome, Faith and Love. Right. They wanted that one, and then they want this one here. It was funny when when I was copy and pasting it, I heard you will, but it's gonna be with a car. Ouch. But no, not really. You have the Ace of Pentacles, which is, yes, that you will run into them because that's a new opportunity in the outside world. 10 of Swords, though, is without expectation. It's let go of the expectations, the supposed to be, the should be. It's somewhere unexpected, um, with this. And but I feel like they're saying, just don't have any expectations around what comes from it, because it feels like more that you'll bump into them somewhere, like at the grocery store, you're like, "Oh my god, hey, hey," kind of unexpected, but it's not like a gathering where you guys are gonna have a long conversation. It's more of a, "Hey, hey, oh my god, da, 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 blah, 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 right. Alright, we'll see ya." It's gonna be short and, kind of a quick kind of run-in kind of energy, but yeah, it's unexpected and somewhere you wouldn't expect. You're like, "What are you doing here?" "Shh." Not that bad or anything, but that's coming in. Alright, so many blessings to you, MM. Alright, Livier Vergara, you are up. Hello, Livier. Here's your timestamp. And what projects are coming up for you? All right, let's take a look here and see. Got this one and not that one. I feel like there's some that you pass up because there were some cards, but I'm like, no, 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 no. Wow. There's an I feel like this is one project that's coming up for you here because this is a plans of dismantling something to create something. The Two of Wands is all about planning and um, coordinating, getting something up and going, but it's about the end of something and the reformatting, reconstruction of it. But it is about being involved in the planning piece of things. Yeah, and that's all that I'm getting there, but it does have to do with, like, something is being removed for something to it almost feels like demolition. This is funny. It's like a building's being demolished and something's being created, but that's what they're showing me. But I don't think it's that. I feel like that's more of a representation of it. But this is like um, something is being moved out of the way, and then something which I feel like is already. I feel like you're being brought in for the reconstruction or rebuilding of something instead of the destruction of it. So I feel like you're coming in after the fact to do this. Um, so if that makes sense. Or you're gonna work in a mortuary helping with funerals. No, that's not true. It's not that. You're like, "Oh my god, wait a minute. I do have I do have that coming up." No, but this is, more the it feels more creative. Alright, so hopefully that helps the VA. That's what's coming in for you. Many blessings to you. Alright, Cat Mia, you are up. Oops, I totally did not do that right. Alright, Cat Mia, we're gonna give you this timestamp because I didn't do the right one and we're way past it already. So there you go, Cat Mia. Here is your timestamp. Is it possible for you to become a WMRF, and how can you do it? Alright, I have no idea what those is. That's alright. Spirit knows what you're talking about. Alright, you've got here yeah, I mean, it's it's possible here. The 2 of Wands is a card of possibility. It's one of 2 possibilities. It is you have to invest your energy into it to do it, and the 8 of Swords is about letting go of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would normally make you feel blinded and bound and restricted and small um, but I mean, I feel like they're saying it's possible, but the way the cards came out of the deck and the energy around it, it feels like they're saying, yeah, it's like this would be doing that back here. Like, yeah, you could do this, but there's something else that's coming up that's more your world. This just, it feels like you would, it would become stagnant or it would become, it would put you, it would almost like painting yourself into a corner. It's like, yeah, you could, but there's something else that's better for your world. So, look at another option is what I feel like is coming in here for that. Because they're just like, yeah, you'd end up just boxing yourself in. So there's other things with greater possibilities that are more your energy than that. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right. So many blessings to you, Katmia. All right. Ashul, you are up. AG. All right. Here is your timestamp. So you want to ask a question. Why does this happen to you? Why do you get dreams and visions about things that are going to happen in the lives of people that you don't even know? Affects you deeply and you start getting scared. Please guide me on how I can protect myself from all this. Why is this happening? So you don't know people. So do you know are you saying that it actually comes true? You don't know these people, but you see it and then it comes true? Let's take a look here. Let's see what spirit has to say. What is this happening? What is this about here? All right. Well, you have the 3 of Swords, which is it's like expectations equal disappointment or fear energy, because you got fear energy and you've got joy energy here. And I feel like what they're trying to show you here is, and then because you even said it right, you start getting scared. I feel like it's not that you're joyful and then you get these visions and these, dreams, and then you get scared. I feel like it's because you're fearing that you get these dreams and you have these dreams as a result of the energy that you're in. And, um, so I feel like it's like the power of choice. It's almost like your dreams are a barometer. Is that a right word? Barometer of, yeah, because that's the measure of the pressure in the atmosphere, right? But this is the emotional barometer. Your dreams are an emotional barometer of what is bubbling below, in your world, and they're trying to bring these things up. I don't feel like, um and I don't feel like these are premonitions, you can confirm or not, but like, like you dream of it and then that you see it happen. I feel you're having these things play out in your head, in your dream world, because it's your emotional below the surface, subconscious emotions that are showing themselves, and it's the way that your heart and your soul and your spiritual posse and team are showing you that there's fear there. And so when you wake up and you're it's like, especially lately, I've been having dreams, it's like, gosh, for a couple weeks of stuff bubbling up from the past, and I'm like, "Wow, I haven't had these in a long time." There must be something going on in the spiritual world or the astrology that's bubbling stuff up emotionally from within us, but it's having us look at these things, and it's for us, though. It's not to scare us. It's just, "Hey, here's a little," it's like the little engine light coming on in your car. It's not like, "Oh god, why is this happening?" It's, "Oh, you're trying to tell me something. Okay, tell me what are you wanting me to see? Thank you for bringing this to my attention. What do you want me to see?" And I feel like it's more that than it is, premonitions that, you're given. "I don't know these people. Why are you showing me this?" Energy. I feel like it's more for you to realize, how is this happening in my life or have happened in my life? What's these emotions that are bubbling up for me to look at? Okay. So hopefully that helps there. Anshul, so many blessings to you. All right. And then Flo, you are up. Hi, my name is Flo. Here is your timestamp. Look at that little, um, mirroring of 53 and 35. What do you need to know about Ada's feelings towards you? All right, let's take a look here. Cheers to you. I'm going to take a quick sip. All right. Let's take a look here. What would spirit like you to know about Ada's feelings here? All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Well, you got the 3 of Pentacles in the middle, which is this energy of, I want to be true to my authentic self. I want to be me, but I feel like they're afraid that they're not going to live up to your expectations here, with the 10 of swords, or they're afraid you'll walk away. I mean, if you look at both of these cards, this is what they fear. They're both walking away mentally and emotionally, you know. And so they have this, I want to be myself and I want to be true to me, but I I feel like they're saying they're afraid to, because of what you would think, and that ultimately you would walk away, um, from them. And that's one of their biggest fears, is to get rejected for trying to be themselves, kind of energy that comes in there. So very, very interesting there, right? But that's what they have there for you. So many blessings flow. All right. Hey, Alice, thank you so much for your donation. I have like maybe 6 more free readings I'm gonna finish, and then I will, return to donations here. So I'll add you on the list up here. So we will do that. Alright, let's see. Actually, I have 7. Alright, so Hot Hot Sun, you are up. Look, 355.55. So what are D's feelings, intentions, next actions towards you in the bottom of the deck? Alright, let's take a look here. What are D's feelings, intentions, and next actions? Okay. Alright. Well, the bottom of the deck, we'll just start off there, right? We got the High Priestess energy. So there is this underlying energy of, you know, being drawn into their connecting to the spirit world, getting back and kind of being alone, going up to the high priest or priestess temple, connecting with spirit world, looking behind the veil, but really a lot of digging into emotions too. Underneath that, there's the Ace of Wands, just to show that spiritual type of energy that's here and this desire to, kind of connect in there. So I like that. Intention or feelings, Queen of Pentacles, yeah. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy here. So kind of right now, it looks like they're really focusing in on their self-love, nurturing themselves, taking time, on there as well. So I I like that for them because you know it's important for us, even with the High Priestess and the Queen of Pentacles. Both those energies are, I need me time to understand myself because I can't love others more than I love myself, nor receive love from others more than I love myself. So the more I take the time to raise my love vibration, the more that I, you know, um, am able to give and receive love to the humans in my life too. So that's why, the biggest thing we can do for the world is to focus on our self-love because it changes everything, right? Yeah, he's slow. You're funny. And it's very earthy, grounded, trying to get grounded energy, right? Next act intentions and next actions, well, you'd be surprised, 8 of Wands. When they do, it's gonna come suddenly out of nowhere. It's gonna be more passionate than emotional, of course, I feel here. But, definitely it feels like out of nowhere, there's gonna be that action and that activity. But it makes sense, and I feel like we've talked about this before, but, it's not emotional energy, it's passionate energy, right? I don't know how to express my emotions, so I've learned to express it through motion, not emotion, and kinda going that route, um, as well. So, I feel like that's where it'll be more of that, actions and not, emotions that are done and, "Wanna go do this? Let's go do this," or "Let's do this," you know? So, hopefully that makes sense. I'm sure it does. That's what they got for you, Hot Hot Sun, right now. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's that fear of expressing the emotions. Yeah, interesting, right? All right, my dear one, that's what they have there for you. All right, let me get these other ones ready here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oops, and 6. You are welcome, Hot Hot Sun. All right. And then we've got Lori. Hey, Lori. Thank you so much for your donation. I just have like 6 more free readings that I promised I would finish up. So I will do those. And then we've got Alice, and then you'll be up after that. So good to see you. All right. And then we have Gracie. Gracie, you are at here. Boom, boom, boom. And how will you recognize your future husband? He'll be the one with the wedding band. Oh, you mean before you get married? Oh, oh, okay. Sorry. Once we hit 4 hours, I get a little giddy. Sorry. Let's see here. Well, you've got the Knight of Swords and the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords is someone who's very balanced between head and heart. And, the Knight of Swords is the pursuit of education too. There's a lot of mental energy here. So I feel like, you know, they could be an air sign, but they're very intellectual. So the way you'll come across it, I feel like you might meet them in pursuing some sort of education or learning or in some sort of uh, training, but I feel like it's where you're learning something, or you're in a learning environment. You may not be doing it yourself, but you're in a learning environment, and you see them because they feel very teacherish here, um, or they help people learn. But the Queen of Swords, that's a balance between head and heart. So in the beginning, all the swords energy, you see him as someone who can communicate and someone very mental focused. But they've got that ability to communicate their emotions behind the scene. So I feel like you'll recognize them by this beautiful balance. Like, wow, they can communicate and they're intelligent, but they have a heart too, which feels like, very compatible energy with this Queen of Swords too, which means they really stand out to you as just like someone that fits like a glove. You're just like, wow, they just really stands out to you in that, kind of environment. Um, yeah, so I feel because I'm trying to see if they tell me anything else, and they're telling me it's more not so much the looks and this and that, but it's gonna be the connection that you have is how you recognize them because 'cause you're gonna be like, "This is freaky how," um, it's like if you meet someone and you're talking about stuff and you're going, "Oh, yeah, when I was a child, I almost ran off to the circus," and like, "Me too." And you're like, "Shut up, really?" It's like these things that are like it's like you didn't have the exact life, but you had such significant things when you're talking to each other. You're like, "You're just making this up now." And they're like, "No, look, here's the picture." And you're like, "Really?" And I feel like it's so compatible like that, that it really, stands out. So, I like that. So that is what they have there for you, Gracie. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. Hello, hello. Have a few more free readings I'm finishing up, and then I will dive into these extra donations. So thank you guys so much. All right, Ken, you are up. Ken, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. Do I call them directly or apply online to get this job? All right, let's take a look here. So we'll do 2 cards, one for the energy of calling them directly, one for online. Let's see what we get here. If you call them on the phone, we got the 7 of cups. That feels more confusion energy. Um, that one doesn't feel the 10 of wands is a victory energy. It's more movement energy than the 7 of cups. So I feel like applying online to get the job is the way to go with this here. It just feels like things move faster than they do with the 7 of cups. I feel like it gets lost. If you call them directly, humans get involved, which messes up things. I feel like applying online, there's a process and it gets through and it's tracked and so I feel like applying online is what they're nudging you for with this. All right. So that's what they got for you, Ken. Many blessings to you. That's funny. All right, and then we've got CJ, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And energy for next week. All right, let's take a look here. What is the energy? We got that one. What else? And evidently those two. All right. Well, guess it doesn't matter that you got 3 cards because 2 of them are the same. You got the Leo strength card energy, which is having the courage and the strength. You have the 7 of Pentacles too, which is an energy of with this combination here, the 7 of Pentacles is having the courage. Once you're seeing the fruit of something that you've been patiently waiting and here comes the fruit of it, and you're like, "It's not what I want. It's not what I thought it would be." And so it's having the courage to let it go and to choose something different. And so I like that for you because it is about, you know, being true to your authentic self with the strength card. It's allowing yourself to shine bright and to make choices that are in alignment with who you are, not dimming your light, not shrinking, but allowing yourself to step forward um, and make a change. So I feel like that's the energy of next week is just, we don't need to be disappointed. We can be disappointed if we want to experience disappointment, but that's old, boring stuff. Let's look at it as like this is information. Yeah, it's not something I want anymore. I'm gonna make a change because I can. So I like it. Right. So many blessings to you. All right, we've got Supriti. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom. So you're going to graduate in May. Congratulations. Woohoo. And before that, you need a full-time job. Ugh. So, when will you get a job? All right, let's do a when. We have a when deck over here with time on it, at least ranges, maybe. Let's see. So, based on your current energies, when will you get a full time job? All right. And you have, what is this? Oh, the death card. That's all about time. You got October 23rd to November 21st. But this isn't, this energy here is because it's ending and beginning energy. And of course, it's Scorpio, Pluto energy, which is endings and beginnings and, you know, um, transformation, change. It's really about letting go. When you let go and release the need and the want, that's when it happens. And what I mean by that, because based on current energy, it's like months away. But what the reason why that happens is when I have like lack energy, which is I need energy, I want energy. Um, and there is this um when we have that focus, it actually pushes it away. Um, and there is this attachment to that ends up pushing it away. Um, when we change our energy to gratitude for what I do have and what I have had, that's what draws things in. So it's almost like when you try to grasp something is when it slips through our fingers or when we try to reach towards something, it goes away. But when we open our hands up and thank the creator in the universe for and be truly grateful for what we have, or if we have had jobs in the past, we show gratitude toward that. That's what attracts it. But when we're in lower vibrational fear and want and need energy, that's what tends to have it like, move away and go into a different direction, right? So I feel like you can have one, but it's a necessary to put a death to the energy of want and need and move into a higher vibration of gratitude energy, and then it just flows right to you. So, I feel like that has to change. So the when is Right now, it's October, right? Whereas if you release and you step into that crater, I know you care for me. I know I'll ask you the what and the why. What is I want a full-time job? Why? Let me tell you why, and then they will handle the how and the when, and they'll bring it in perfectly for you, and you can trust them. All right. So that's what they have for you, Supriti. Many blessings to you. Right. Tim Alajem, you are up. So thank you. Here's your timestamp. So maybe a read for what you might want to work on now. Maybe miss something. Could be good to go. All right, let's take a look here. And so, you know, working on things, it's not working on to become more. What we can do whenever we ask spirit, is there anything else that I can burn away that allows me to see myself more clearly? They're like, sure, we've got all this stuff stuck, all these stickers stuck on our goggles that if we tear them off, there's still glue. You can remove the glue. Oh wow, I can see even more clearly. It's more that than it's anything that's broken, anything that's missing, anything that's less than. It's more what's in the way that's standing in between me and seeing myself more clearly. Let's see if there's anything here they have here for you. All right. Yeah, I feel like maybe there's something below the surface here. We got Pentacles energy, the Five of Pentacles. There could be something below the surface, the fear of not being you know, good enough, not having enough, fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, some lack energy underneath the surface. Because we have this Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity that's coming your way. But there might be just some little inner child stuff that's bubbling below there that has a little belief that's bouncing around in our subconscious. We're not conscious of it. So you can like ask your inner child, especially your emotional inner child is where the lack would come from and go, "Hey, boo, can you bring up a memory or whatever that created um, this feeling of that you didn't feel you were good enough? Was there a time when you weren't chosen, a time where you did feel abandoned, you did feel left behind out in the cold?" And then you can embrace your inner child as the powerful being you are now and allow them to let that go and to, you know, whatever charged emotion that is that wants to be felt and expressed and transformed can be, and then it stops impacting you below the surface. So I like that for you. Always something just to ask our little inner child, what's going on? Anything I can help you with? And then that's what I feel is there. All right. So that is what they have for you. Um, so many blessings to you. Let's see here. All right. So actually, the last one was going to be just Alice, which you've converted that to a paid reading instead of a free one. So we'll dive deeper in that for you, and then we'll move up. So that was it for the free readings, and we will jump back in here. All right. So I'm gonna take a quick sip here, and we'll um, buckle up and get ready here. Okay, I see your question here. All right. Oh, thank you so much, Laura. You're so sweet. Asking everyone to hit the like button. Yeah, if you're enjoying your free readings, thank you so much for that. That does help spread the Zen love and shows me you enjoy free readings. I assume that you do. I can sense it, but YouTube likes it when you guys do hit the like button. It helps spread the Zen love. So if you'd like to do that, I definitely appreciate that. Thank you, Laurie. All right. So, Alice, you were up 4:15:15. Guess they wanted you to have those 2:15s for your awesome timestamp there. So thank you for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. And yeah, and for your free reading, all you have to do is email me Let me just turn that little thing off, the little indicator. There we go. Um, yeah, just you can email me your questions, and then I will complete that and send you the little private link to that one. So thank you. All right. So, what would be the outcome? We'll do the energies for each of these. So, if you emailed your application to the CEO, that's number one. If you followed up with Sophia, okay, two for that, and or contact the AV recruiter. Which one brings you the best results here? And then will they get back to you inviting you to an interview with them? All right. I feel here, do we want an answer for that for each one? I feel like I got three cards for that, so we will. All right. Underlying energy for this, Alice, is well, you got the Page of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles. It does feel like either way, there's going to be this outcome in this um, future opportunity in the future in the physical world. So I do feel like they do invite you for an interview with these cards, but we'll verify which way is the best way to get that interview. So first of all, for emailing it to the CEO, there's a little bit of there's balance energy here. There's seeing things from a higher perspective. Energy. It's justice card. It's relationship energy. Um, it feels balanced. It doesn't feel like any big. I mean, it's a major arcana, but it just feels kind of meh. That's what I'm seeing with the scales. Well, in some ways it does this, in some ways it does that. But do you get an interview from it? Well, here we go again, the balance energy of a little give and take, a little give and take. So this feels kind of a well kind of energy. We'll see what these other ones are here. If you follow up with Sophia, yeah, there's a little bit of conflict with communication, but the Ace of Pentacles is abundance and is an opportunity that comes in there underneath the surface. Yeah, fast acting, Knight of Wands energy. So you get a fast interview with following up with Sophia. I feel like you might have the conflict in communication feels like, you know, you call them, you get a voicemail. They call you back, they get your voicemail. You call them back, you get their voicemail again. It's like playing phone tag, right? In the communication, it just feels like you keep missing each other, but it does end up it feels like it's worth it because the Knight of Wands is the fastest moving, and I feel like you get that. If you contact the AV recruiter, you've got the King of Cups, which is, it's a balance between head and heart. The Nine of Pentacles is an independent energy here. Below the surface, we have the World card, which is a victory, and it's an ending of one cycle, the beginning of another. I don't know. I feel like Sophia is the one. I feel like they get things done. I feel like if you go the route of the AV recruiter, it almost feels like with that World card, I feel like you go in circles. I feel like it's almost like I have to start over from the start, energy. It just feels like that is what has to happen there. Sorry, I hear a noise. And then it stops. Whenever I lean forward, it stops. So it must be something vibrating somewhere. It's weird. But yeah, this feels like it's almost like you have to start the process over with the AV recruiter. It's like, if I contact him, it's like, all right, you need to fill this out and do this and do this. And I just feel like you almost feel like not that you have the runaround, but it's like I have to start over. New beginning there. The CEO, it feels like, well, there's positives, but there's also um, negatives to that. So I feel like what they're saying here would be Sophia would be the way to go based on these energies. Um, yeah, but I do feel you get the interview, and I feel like it turns out very well with this underlying energy, with, both the Page of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles underneath. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, because you get a fortune cookie with your donation. See what we got here. Just put these cards back in. A couple more. There we go. All right. So what else do they have for you, Alice? All right. This one here. And you've got, yep, problem solved. Boom, boom. I love it. The fog of uncertainty has lifted, revealing the solution you've been looking for. It is Sophia. With clarity comes the release of an energetic blockage, allowing you to take action with confidence. So it's their way of saying, problem solved, go with Sophia. Yep, that's what you needed. I just needed it. Boom, here we go. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right, Lori, you are up. You got 422 even. Look at that. Boom, boom. And it's a little sticker. Oh, the little thumbs up. I appreciate that sticker and your donation. So let's take a look here. So your name is Lori. You've have many spirit stories. Can you tell me, please, who is your spirit? Is that Angel? You just need a name. Just asking who is attached to you. All right, very good. All right. We'll take a look here. Oh my God. Are you like, oh my God, I finally got to you? Is that the OMG? All right. Or the 422. Does that tell you something, the timestamp? All right, let's take a look here. So you just need a name. Let's see if we can find that out here. And yes, for your reading. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And then they wanted this one too. Okay. All right. Well, so the first two cards that came out here, you got the you literally need the name, right? So they want to tell you a little bit of a backstory real quick. You got the Queen of Cups and the Six of Cups. Queen of Cups, very high, it's like high priestess energy, deep, deep emotional energy. And with the Six of Cups, both of these talk about past life. So they're like, which name do you want? Because this is like I feel like this is a past life. It's not like an angel, like a guardian angel, an archangel. The one that wants to come through and talk to you is someone who you've both have had many, 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 many lifetimes together. And they're like, well, which lifetime do you want? Because they're like, I have a different name for this lifetime and this lifetime and this lifetime and this lifetime and this lifetime. They're like, just call me George. But that's funny. I was like, why do you wanna go this route when they need a name? They're like, they wanna know which name from which lifetime. Um, yeah, because they're like, and again, you have the Queen of Wands energy that comes in here, which is also an energy like the Queen of Cups, which is connected energetically and empathically to the spirit world. And you got the Three of Pentacles and the Sun card coming in here. And Three of Pentacles is friendships, togetherness, collaboration for many, many lifetimes. The Sun card, as soon as I did it, I heard the name Soon. Like it's spelled, I think, like sun, but it's pronounced like it feels very um like Asian Soon kind of name. The bee. Is it a sister? Well, it could be a sister, but there's been many, many different, like, past lifetimes, that have been here, but, this sun, Asians always. Yeah, um, so there's something to do with because this is Sun Leo energy, but the name, I read it as soon is the way it came into my not like soon, like coming soon, but it's that special pronunciation of, soon. And it's funny with George being your dog, and maybe it's George, "Hey, it's me." I came to say hello. Oh, Leo is your birth sign. But, but that's the energy that I feel coming in here, but it is, many, many lifetimes, and they're like, that was one of their favorite ones that they had with you, and it is a past lifetime, it's not this lifetime. Um, and yeah, I don't feel like you guys were sisters in that lifetime. What's really coming in, I've seen like an acupuncturist, I see someone who did herbs and acupuncture, a lot of maybe it was like Chinese medicine kind of energy that comes in with that. Um, and I feel like was it Mother Verna was my grandma Cherokee. Yeah. Let me see here if because that's their like one of their favorite lifetimes. Because I feel like you were like a doctor, a male doctor in that lifetime, like a Chinese medicine doctor, and they were, a female, so they were a female soon, and they were being an apprentice under you, and it was one of the wonderful, because I don't think it's like they didn't have a father, and that they were orphaned, and you took them on as, like, your daughter. Yeah, daughter, and, so you were like their adopted daughter, and because they normally, um, wasn't as widely accepted, back in this time frame, um, but, they taught you, and you were very well, um, educated and trained by them, and, I loved it. You might even become known, there as well. Let's see here. Were they anyone in this lifetime for you? Yeah. I feel like grandmother could be here because 'cause you've got the 10 of Pentacles, which is legacy, and you have Mother Earth, the big nurturer energy of legacy, and even the Page of Pentacles, which has roots coming in here. So, it definitely, could be like your grandmother too. Oh, and your grandmother adopted your dad. You're so funny. Yeah, so I definitely feel but there's many generations. She's like, "But my favorite one is when that happened," which makes total sense because, um, we experience all these wonderful synchronicities, like, the adoption and all this. When we experience it in one lifetime, then we Um, we switch around and like, okay, in this lifetime, then I'm gonna be the doctor, you be the adopted one, and you be this. All right, because we wanna experience it from all different perspectives too. That's so great. I love that. So hopefully that helps. I feel like that's the big one of the big connections, but you have such a you're surrounded by a great host of beings. You're attached to many, many, many people. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. See if there's any synchronicities that come in with that. All right. This one. Yeah, yep. Anxiety. This in the big city. It says, when thoughts spiral out of control, they pull you away from the present. Anchor yourself in what is real, your breath, your body, this moment. So it's funny. She's telling you, breathe, breathe, honey, breathe. So hopefully that helps. So glad that it resonated so much in there. I love that for you. Yeah, you might even see if there's any you can now breathe. um Even see if there's any kind of known female doctor in the Orient named Soon. Because I feel like you got to be known in that lifetime, or she got to be known in that lifetime, as that doctor, and then you can even see if they say who her adopted father was, because that would be you. Because I feel like it's in the history, because they did do a lot of that stuff, right? You're like, "Ooh, fun stuff." Alright, so, thank you again for your donation, I greatly appreciate that. Excited for you. Alright, you're welcome, Olivier. Glad you got to hear that. Alright. So, Sudeshna, you are up. Thank you so much for your additional donation. You have your 2 from earlier as well. So here's all your timestamps. And, let's give your donation a love and a like here as well. Alright, and I think we'll move to this middle stack. So, okay, so all these wonderful little skills combined together, will they help you get any good opportunities? Anything in your hometown? Or, are there other skills you should learn? Alright, let's take a gander here. So will all these skills combined together help you get any good opportunities? Right, we got this and this and this. Got these here for your other questions. All right. Yeah, because anything. Okay, or learn other. All right. Yeah, at the bottom of the deck, you have the Two of Swords, which is, there's a couple ways you could go. You know, this is one way. let's see. Let's see what this says. So, combine. Do you get any good opportunities? Well, you do have the Wheel of Fortune. That is yes. That's saying that is one way. The Eight of Swords and the Knight of Swords. This says more so what helps you find more opportunities has to do with thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. The Eight of Swords, that's becoming aware of what of my own beliefs and thoughts keep me from opportunities, right? And the Knight of Swords is pursuing, seeing things from a different perspective. So both of those are about clearing away some mental beliefs that I need more to have opportunities. And we can look at that, yeah, we understand the IT world and a lot of the technical world that the more skills you have, the more you can do da 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 is the story that we have, right? But this Eight of Swords and Knight of Swords is the pursuit of a different story because and this is the Two of Swords too, about the power of choice of story on the bottom of the deck, just to add into that, because if I believe that I have to work myself to the bone to exhaustion to deserve something, that's a story. and that's based on what I have to do in the human world for things to come for me, right? When we realize and we can change that story from this one of there's all this stuff that has to happen in order for you to get these things, to change it to, the creator is the one that brings me what I need in each moment, not humans, you know? The creator brings us abundance through humans as the shipping company, but they're the ones. And it's my energy that draws in things, not my skills, not all this, because you've seen it. There's people that hardly have anything and they get all this stuff that happens to them. And like, how is that possible? It's because it's not true. These stories we have about you have to do all this to be able to get that isn't true. It's sitting in and knowing that I'm grateful for who I am, what I have had, and that energy that changes things. And it takes the pressure off. If we have beliefs of I'm not enough, I need to become more to get more, then we're going to continually be pushing opportunities away because I have a belief that I'm not enough. It's changing that belief that doing a little brings you a ton instead I have to do a ton to get a little, right? So I feel like they're saying, yeah, 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 you know, combined together they can bring it, but what will bring you more abundance is changing that story because then you don't have to do so much. Interesting, right? Will this bring you anything in your hometown? You have the Tower card, which is the removal of something to make space for something that's more in alignment with you. Let's see here if there's with the other skills here too. You got the Wheel of Fortune again. But this is all about letting expectations go and look at the world that it's full of possibilities and to let the expectations of all the supposed to be and the should be, the need to be, the must be go. And that's what the Fool card does. It's stopping the cycle of the old ways of thinking and realizing, yeah, I've been told all my life, well, this is what has to happen. And we just believed everyone because why wouldn't we? We don't know any better. We believe everyone's opinions, everyone's beliefs, thoughts, that all this stuff is, having to unfold, in life and all this. And it's like, um, no, I don't have to. Um, so I feel like they're more saying changing the thoughts and those beliefs is what brings you opportunities because they're already there. It's just this that's keeping you from seeing them because all these expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be have made it our focus so narrow we don't see all these opportunities because we have a belief, no, it has to be this. But when we question those opinions, we open up and go, holy moly, look all the stuff that's here. So I like that. And your fortune cookie is reconciliation, which says time, space, and disagreements may have caused distance, but reconciliation is an invitation to meet again, not as who you were, but as who you have become. And I feel like this isn't with a person. I feel like this reconciliation is to reconcile these old thoughts, like kind of like they reconcile in accounting. You're like, I have this lack, but I have this abundance that takes care of this now. So I don't have to believe in that. That's taken care of. That doesn't exist anymore. I see things differently now. So I like that for you, Sudeshna. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. All right. Excuse me. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your additional donation. Let's grab that here. Boom, boom, boom. Here's your additional timestamp. So, you want to know what is the best time for you to do your BCG interviews? Excuse me. Let me get a throat lozenge here. think my voice is trying to leave. You're thinking to delay and wondering if it would be a good idea and how Ruby Lucy would respond. All right, let's take a look here. Let's switch to this one here. All right, so what is the best time for you to do the interview? So let's see here. If you keep, well, let's see. If you delay, what kind of energy comes in? That's your first question. But what if you don't delay? What kind of energy comes in there? I'll do that. And then if you delay, how would Ruby and Lucy respond? It's not the same person. I was calling them Ruby Lucy. So Ruby and Lucy, how do they respond if you delay? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Emperor, which tells me that there's either way, I don't feel like it's going to delay an outcome. I feel like you're going to get the same outcome no matter what route you go. One's just the scenic route and one's the direct route, but you still get the same destination. That's what I'm getting with that. So that's good to know. But let's take the first one here. If you delay, what kind of energy do you have? I like it. You're bored. The Four of Cups. Well, all right. Whoops. There's stagnant energy with the Four of Cups, but it is a boredom energy. But then the Queen of Wands, but then there's action that happens after it anyway. So it doesn't feel like there's, again, any negative energy with that. It's just like you're like, all right, just kind of we're bored while we're waiting for the next one as well. So I like that. But let's see here. We've got Ruby up first. How would Ruby respond? They would understand the Two of Cups. There's this partnership, this, kind of energy that's there. It's not they're like, I get it. No problem. We'll reschedule and da 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 da. So there's nothing too bad with Ruby there, no impact. Lucy seems like a very how would you say, compassionate individual, intuitive, big heart, and then they would be like, yeah, we'll just get you somewhere in the future. So it doesn't feel like they would respond badly for waiting. The Queen of Wands too with the Four of Cups. Queen of Wands is very intuitive. So you can always ask Spirit too, hey, you know, just to confirm for yourself too. It's like whenever we're wondering, should I go left or go right? We dial them up and go, hey, which way? And they'll immediately tell you. Just you can ask them to bring clarity, which you are right now, right? And they will as well. So I feel like they'll confirm it for you. If you, however, don't delay, what comes with that? We got the Three of Pentacles, which is creativity and, in a way, an abundance, collaboration, energy. Yeah, I feel like here, it's funny because these cards, but you have the Hanged Man, which is, it allows you to see things from a different perspective. Because I feel like you have fears with the Three of Swords and the Seven of Cups, which is emotional, you know, uncertainty that comes with this fear with the Three of Swords. I feel like if you don't delay and you do it, you realize, oh, I worried for nothing kind of energy. But that's what this Emperor was kind of telling us too. Doesn't matter which route you go, you still get the same result. One just is a scenic route, takes you longer to get there. The other is faster to get there, but you end up with the same that comes through there. So I like it for you. And then we'll guess what your fortune cookie tells us here too. Come on. Let me just put up a couple more cards in here. There we go. So let's see here. What does your fortune cookie tell you? What else would they like you to know? Yeah, the spirit world. You got spirit on your shoulder, which says the spirit realm is communicating with you, whether through symbols, synchronicities, or inner knowing. So be open to receiving connection and support from guides, ancestors, and loved ones beyond the veil. It's like we were talking about. Trust that connection with that Queen of Wands. They will guide you. So I like that. All right, my dear, that is what they have for you. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. All right. Hey, Alexis, good to see you too. Been a while. All right. Yeah, you got in just before the little doors are closing here. We're almost at 5 hours, so I'm going to be shutting down here in a minute, but we'll get you in here. And here is your timestamp for your free reading. Oh, maybe. There we go. All right. So you said your sister and her kids gave you a funny feeling, the heebie-jeebies, like fake and talk behind my back. I don't know if she does this at all. She just comes off that way. Okay. We'll take a look here and see. What do we have coming in here? Can you tell us about the sister and the kids? Okay, what else? Oh, and that one too. Yeah, we got the Ace of Cups here, which is, more happy, love energy. Six of Swords. Six of Swords is leaving old ways of thinking behind. And seeing things from a higher perspective takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters. Really, the message that I'm getting here from your spirit guides is, what's the difference if they do it and if they don't do it? Does it change who you are? I like that, because the Ace of Cups is your self-love. This is my heart. This is who I am. Whether they do or don't in the outside world, does that change who I am? Will that change how I treat them? Does it change how I treat myself? And it's good clarity to come in, because they're like, yeah, we could tell you whether they do or they don't, but it's all it's what are they saying? It's all circumstantial evidence. Are you gonna take them to court over it? Are you gonna take them to court in your mind and judge them and penalize them? Or a different way of looking at it with the Six of Swords is, if someone talks about other people, it's because they're scared. Because every moment is either of unconditional love or a cry out for it. If someone acts in an unloving, unkind, or unintelligent way, it means they're in fear and they're acting like a 2-year-old. And are we gonna, if we judge them for acting like that, then we're gonna be, that means we're in fear and we're also acting like a 2-year-old. So I love this mirroring energy, of seeing things from a different perspective, seeing things in a different way, and that in that we set ourselves free. Because if anything bothers us, like if someone talking about us bothers us, we're afraid they're saying something that's untrue that people are going to believe, maybe, or we feel they're saying something that's true and people are going to believe it. We're going to be found out. Uh-oh. But it's getting to the truth of, why do I care what other people are saying or not saying, doing or not doing? And it's always for us. So when we get a feeling that rises up, we can question that feeling, because that's for us. What other people do is telling us about what's going on with them. It's not personal about us. Um, People do stupid stuff when they're in fear. People do stupid stuff when they're insecure, which is a fear. It's at the root of it, it's fear. But I feel like they just want to tell you all this to help set you free. And then you can be a loving being and give yourself all the love and fill up and overflow. And regardless of what people do or don't do, say or don't say, no sweat off your back, just is. And they're just telling you, they're giving you information. But that's the whole thing. Our worth never changes. We're priceless from the moment that we were created as a soul, and we're priceless forever. Just as a human, we go through these experiences of judging ourselves by the outside world, by relationship situations and things, and it's fun. It's untrue. It's not real, but that's where we're at. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got there for you, Alexis. So many blessings to you. Oh, hey, Ankita, we'll get you in too. I'm going to be closing down here in a moment since I've been on for almost 5 hours, but we'll get you in here. I do have to stop at some point. Otherwise, I think my voice will stop on its own. All right, Ankita, so your timestamp here. All right, let's see. We'll grab this stick here. Will your friend pass her exams this time, and will she get to start work with you in the same office? Oh, okay. You're welcome, Alexis. Yeah. Appreciate all the likes. It does tell me you guys enjoy the free readings. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see here. Will she pass and get to work with you in the same office? All right, so number one, will she pass the exam this time? Well, we've got the death and the rebirth card coming in here, which this doesn't feel like that's a yes. Which you're like, uh-oh. Um, will she get to start work with you in the same office? We've got the 5 of Pentacles and the 7 of Cups, which is kind of this right now, this energy feels like no's kind of all the way across the board right now. But the whole thing about energy in the future is that we can change it. There's possibilities, right? So based on this, there's this belief in, the 5 of Pentacles is, some fears of not having enough, not being enough, the fear of not being able to do something. The 7 of Cups brings an emotional confusion based on those fears, which that death and rebirth is it's almost like the fear of death, the fear of endings. So I feel like if if she can go in with a new approach, with a new energy of, "You know what? I'm gonna do my best, and if this is meant to be, then it will unfold." Because if I focus in on want and need and I'm afraid I won't, like, if she's tried and failed before and she's has fear I'm gonna fail again, "What if, what if, what if?" Then our energy actually takes us and invites all that experience in, right? It pushes away what we're trying to strive so much for because it's a fear energy and it pushes away like the tides. It makes things difficult to come to us, right? But if instead I'm like, you know what? Let me focus on what I'm grateful for in this moment, grateful for what I have had. And if um, I tell the creator, creator, this is what I would like and why. And then you surrender it to them and you let them because they are for us, they will have the best situation unfold. So if the best situation for her and for you and for everything involved is for her to pass and to end up in the same office, she will. But when she's trying for it, she pushes it away. When she's striving so hard in any fear, she pushes it away. But she changes that. She can draw it in instead. And I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. All right, so hopefully that helps. I know. Oh, I want her to do this. Well, it's nice that we want things, right? But we can also surrender and going, all right, I want what's best for her. I want what's best for me. I want what's best for everyone. And if I take control of the bus, we're going to end up in a ditch. So I'm giving it to you, creator, because you know how to drive a bus. I don't. So that's how we kind of release it to the creator in a situation. And then we just ask once and gratitude the rest. So hopefully that helps there, Ankita. That's what we got for you. I think that is it. If you guys haven't checked out I just put out a video today making the most of new moon energy for this Capricorn new moon that we're in right now. So if you want to check that out, that'll tell you how to make the most of your 10 new moon. This would be great, Ankita, to show her too, because you can use these Capricorn work energy, new moon wishes and intentions, and how to make them the most powerful. So be sure to check that out so you can make the most of all this energy. And if you haven't checked out my recent podcast, The Easier Path, here's the link for the most recent episode, but the playlist link is in the description box of the video if you want to check it and see what you can do to have an easier path in life instead of a harder one, if that's what you want. If you want a harder path, no judgment. That's how I learned mostly. So if you can do with it as you will. Also, tomorrow I had the winner of the new moon was May Hooper this afternoon. So she won this drawing. I'll have another one in a couple weeks on February 1st for the full moon in Scorpio. I'll post that video tomorrow. Just ran out of time today. And I put out so much stuff today. I thought, oh, let's just do something for tomorrow. So I'll put that out tomorrow. You'll have a couple weeks to get into that drawing if you're interested. So enjoy. And I think that is everything. So thank you guys so much. We're almost at 5 hours. I can't believe it flies by so fast. I can't believe it's Sunday already as well. So I'll be back on my now on Wednesday through Sunday nights at 5 p.m. Mountain Time here in Colorado, where I'm at. I'm not doing Saturday mornings anymore or Sunday mornings, but I added a Wednesday night. It's just for my balance and for my health. So thank you guys for all of your patience in that. And thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful. It's a way you can show the channel some love, and it does help me out, and it's free. So great price. All right, everybody, that's it for today. Remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, enjoy your dreams, these new moon dreams, and have some fun. And we'll see you soon. Much love. See you guys.